Do you want to be a part of the Coco community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, Coco thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, Coco commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or Coco Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation, and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 403. Let's see. On the panel today, we have, starting in the upper left-hand corner, Ron Deluxe.
Hey, I'm a subsidiary. And hi.
Hi.
After you
And-
figure that out.
Kevin Holloway.
Muted.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Kevin.
And yours truly, the button pusher. Next over, we got Marco.
Hey, glad to be here again. Boy, it's been a long 8 years.
Let's see. Next row, we've got Waynut.
Good afternoon.
Okay. And Bill Athing.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome back, Bill.
Okay. Next over, Rick Euland.
And I'm a tributary.
Okay. Let's see, Henry Gerhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today, the only river I'm worried about is whether or not I've got a river of solder flowing down my desk.
And the smell of flux in the morning.
Oh, yeah. You better believe
Speaking
it.
of which, it's raining outside.
Lucky you,
Let's
we got
see.
sun.
Where was I? Oh, next row, we got Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody. And the only river I'm worried about is the one that is slowly creeping up to its banks right beside my house because it's raining so much here right now.
Wow.
I used to have to worry about ice jams.
Not where he is.
Nope,
We had
no
our
ice
first-
jams.
We had, our
Final
first
water.
we had our first day of rain yesterday, not like 147 days. We had people outside looking up, drowning.
Well, they're saying we're supposed to get somewhere around 60 inches of rain today.
Wow.
Dang.
60 inches?
60. Wait, what's 200 millimeters? That's 20 centimeters. Oh no, not six.
That's
Yeah.
about
Six,
that's
7 inches, yeah.
6 or 7
Yeah,
inches.
you
Yeah.
7
Yeah,
inches.
centimeters
Sorry,
to an
7
inch.
inches.
That's still a
I was
lot.
gonna say 5 feet
Anyways,
of
yeah.
rain, you'd be floating down the river.
Yeah,
Thank-
so I
you
don't
for that.
understand your
Exactly.
guys' weird way of figuring out
Sorry
measurements.
about that.
A foot is approximately 30 centimeters.
No,
Approximately.
this is
Yep.
this is a foot. Right there. That's a foot.
Not that long.
Yeah,
You're
so
not
if
going to
you-
show us what 8 inches is, are you?
No, I will
no,
not.
no. We don't need to know
asparagus.
that.
Next over, we got Brian
Oh.
Weasler.
We didn't even get out of the intros.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
And L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome.
Okay, and Henry Strickland.
Hi, I'm Henry, and somewhere I've got some alcohol to clean up all this flux.
Good for you.
The drinking kind to handle having to do it, or the
Stronger than that.
Well, you need much alcohol to watch this show.
The purple kind?
Let's see. And last but not least, Terry Stiggy.
Welcome,
Hey, glad you're
Hey,
with
Gary.
us today.
Harry, you're a little bit quiet, just so you know.
You taking care of that computer back there?
Yeah, hey, Ron.
Do you have anything to
Right.
share with us today, Terry, or are you just joining in?
Just joining in today. Had a free day, so
Oh.
thought I'd join the
Cool.
show, the fun.
Welcome.
Thanks, guys.
All right, in the chat, we've got Wayne Campbell, Michael Ziffel, Marco, Kevin Holloway, Exile in Paradise, Peter Willard, Coco Living, Scott Cooper, Julian Brown, Porta Coco, The Breaky, Sixy, Jim Rye, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson, Brian Walsh, Scott Cooper, And that catches us up.
And Nick Morenni's just joined.
Oh, in the panel.
Hello, everyone.
Did you avoid the cyclone?
Yeah, it's pretty well over.
Okay. Just remember, next week the show will start 1 hour later.
Yep, and I will probably get on 1 hour later because
That's really early in the morning for you. I think it'll be what, 3 a.m.?
Yeah, 4 a.m. 4 a.m. here it will be.
Okay, so you get an extra hour of sleep. No, you don't.
No, I don't.
No.
I've got to get up early.
I wish they'd get rid of these damn. I wish they'd get rid of these things.
Just like we're all going to be getting up an hour early, except for those people in Saskatchewan and Arizona.
Yeah.
I was checking into Canada actually, and some of the, I think both territories now have it so that they don't switch anymore either. There's little pockets in BC depending where you are, but a whole bunch of them pass laws that as soon as the state switches over, they're all switching over. But they want to wait till it's all at one time. Just somebody take the plunge and go.
That's right. Stop standing around waiting for everybody else.
Let's see. I need to turn this off here, turn this on here. Acquisitions and updates. First up today, we've got Bill Athing. What have you got to show us today?
All right, so I've been working on my project, which is to get FujiNet working on the Dragon. And so let's see, I will switch over to, I think, this view. I apologize for the low quality video coming off of my Dragon. There's a chip I got to replace on there, some kind of color converter. I don't remember the name, but I got a link to it. But anyway,
what type of Dragon is it? The 32?
Dragon 32, and I've also tried it on a Dragon Tano Dragon. I haven't tried it on a Dragon 64 yet, but that's part of what this product is not ready for use yet on Dragon. I'm basically showing progress, and we're only going to take a minute, but you can kind of think of this as looking to recruit somebody willing to try it on some other Dragons, get some more road testing on it. But,
I don't know we're going to find anybody like that. 60.
I think I've got a couple of volunteers already waiting in the wings.
I would hope so. At least 4 of them are watching right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I gotta do one thing. So right now the mounting I have to do in a browser on the PC on my PC, but I still have to get all the mounting stuff working properly. But you can see here this is a game file that's hosted up on my TNFS server, and do that, and then
what are you running your TNFS server on? Windows, Linux,
Proxmox, and Ubuntu.
Okay.
What? No GUI?
It's on his modern computer.
So what I can do now so far is I can load up VDKs, which are that's most of the work is making it so that I'm running that's interesting. Hold on.
So this will be the point where everything you've tested and tested again doesn't work today.
Exactly. I
That's
can
where
get
green screen
from my TNFS, but I'm not seeing the executable file. So that's a little bit weird. So I'll move on to the next part of it, which is the config program.
Maybe it's scrolled up.
There's only 2 entries there that it's showing. It says 2 files. So we'll do this.
Auto node.
Config D is the Dragon config program. Now, there's a little bit more work to do with this product, and that mostly is around the config program and getting it all that working properly. But this is standard config.
Looks familiar.
It looks
Other Coco Fuji nets. It's basically recompiled for Dragon, and there's the underlying support for VDKs and different communications. So a lot of stuff is working here. It's not perfect yet, though. Sometimes I get some distortions on these screens, and this is what I'm trying to resolve right now. But as you can see, there's a lot of stuff that's working on here. And There's my TNFS. The big thing right now is the config application. Sometimes it populates the IP address and sometimes not. And I'm trying to, get that figured out. But as I said, a lot of things are working. Just getting the word out that, the progress is being made on the Dragon port for FujiNet. And as I said, looking for somebody to, test it. I'll have a binary release next week or the week after, and I'll start putting in merge requests this week for getting these things ported back into the main repos on GitHub. So if there's anybody who has any questions, I'll take them.
I do. I got a question. So you said when you listed what you've tested it on, you said Dragon 64, and then you said a Tano Dragon. Can you tell me the difference between the two?
So I've tested on Dragon 32 and Tano, and the Tano is the American Dragon
64K.
Yeah.
So they're the same, right?
Yeah.
Timings can be slightly different.
So there's a little bit of a difference in the clocking, and that's why it's kind of critical to get it tested on the different dragons. Dragon 64 might be the most different of all in terms of the clocking, but that's just a rumor. It may not make any. It probably won't make any difference at all because serial port transmission already has inherently some level of error, some percentage of error, and usually it's not a problem. And then it's just like voltage levels, but this is all TTL level stuff. I don't have a mobile camera here, but this is connected to. Let me see if I can show.
It's connected to your serial port, which is a big one, right?
It's connected to the Dragon parallel port.
Wow.
Which happens to use the same. You can't see that properly. It is connected to the parallel port, which the status bit and forget what the other bit is called, but they use the same PIA ports as does the bitbanger serial port on the CoCo. So it's really easy to get that stuff ported over, to code that normally on the CoCo uses the bitbanger. And I didn't do that part of this. This is coming from the SuperDOS ROM that we're using for our drive wire interface, and it's making the other side from the FujiNet is where a lot of the work is, making that so that it doesn't require any hardware, just a passive cable. Normally, if you do a bitbanger interface from this, you have to do some level shifters or at least some inverters in order to interface to a regular CoCo compatible serial port. So,
but you're saying not on this one.
Yeah, it's not necessary in this one. Okay. We handle it all on the on the FujiNet side. So change the parameters on the hardware serial port on the ESP32, and so.
So could you hold up the unit and show us what the difference looks like? If you disconnect it.
Yeah, let me shift away from this view.
Hey, William, 60 says that there's weird H-sync stupidity in the Dragon 64, but it probably wouldn't affect any of this stuff.
Okay.
Basically during VBlank, it shuts off a horizontal sync interrupts.
But that's the thing. As a hardware person, you can never assume that identical things are the same.
Okay, same.
It's like the 5 different CoCo 2s,
Cascade effects.
There's different little things, so you have to test on the thing before you can say, yes, it works on the Dragon 64.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to get my cartridge out because I have some debug connectors going here.
Oh, okay.
I can take the cable and show you.
All right, that's good. That's the only difference, right? On the outside?
That is the only difference. And so this is the part that connects up to the to the FujiNet board, the 4-pin port. On the
inside.
Card. And then on the I have very inelegant cable made with 4-conductor cable that I had laying around, and scotchlok connectors to simplify the wiring. And then I'd take that into a cobbled up. This is just a jtag connector.
JTAG, yeah.
And so 4 lines, and that's all you need. And if you have an existing CoCo FujiNet, you could take this and use it as is. But searching for a couple of testers, I'll provide preferably something prettier than this, and maybe even a FujiNet cartridge have to wire up a couple, but
You mean colorful ones?
I'm just
No,
thinking
that would
something
be
that's a
fine.
little bit more professional
Elegant, yeah.
than this.
That's all
Sturdy.
right.
Something sturdy.
We're already geeks, so it looks geeky.
Do you have the FujiNet card plugged directly into the Dragon, or do you got like a Y cable that you're using with it?
I plugged directly into the Dragon, and you can theoretically plug it into. I haven't tested this into a multi-port extender. I have John Whitworth's dual port Y cable for it, so I can try it with that. But it shouldn't have any impact.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Great.
Cool.
Is that the Dragon that you got from me there, William?
Actually, I bought this one from eBay in the UK. The Tano is in over in the corner. That's the one I got from you. Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And so I've been A-Bing and yeah.
Yep. Glad to see it being used.
Yeah. It's got a good home.
Yep.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is Rick. Sir Rick.
Okay, let me try that. Now, audio. Nothing too important this week. The first of the Coco Fest parts are coming in, so I've got some Dvorak keyboards for the Coco 2 that I've got to build.
Fun.
This is fun. I got a new box from DigiKey, a size I've never gotten from them before. Don't know why, but my last 4 orders have been in 4 different size boxes, and they've all
Nice
sold
for short rails.
right. But all they had in this was, the transceivers for the network cards that I have to build for the fest. And
Can you use those to send your new boards out that you make?
oh, I keep every box that comes in and stuff goes out in it. Trust me.
Some of those places, I think, like Newegg, is using like one-time use boxes.
Okay. Well,
it's real annoying.
They biodegrade just before you get them.
This is strange. These are really good boxes, again, with really good padding. I just think it's interesting that I've bought 4 orders of pretty much the same stuff, and they've all come in different kinds of boxes. Little square ones, big long ones. We don't know.
Whatever they can get their hands on at that minute.
DigiKey does what they need. Yeah, right. Some more keyboard keys because I need to solder more in my life. Some more screws because I need to divide screws up into little bags. Henry sent me this thing. Of course, I guess everyone's got one of these things. So we're going to have to see what a Bonobo goes. This looks like fun to me. Let's see. I guess that's about it.
This week.
I'm just rushing into the build things for Coco Fest mode now. So
are those LPs behind you?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, nice.
I've even got my. Let's see if we can do this. There's the old Radio Shack Lab 260 turntable.
Ooh,
nice.
That.
Still rocking it. It went from a Shure 27 stylus to a 47. It's now at a 97X or something. It's on like its 8th stylus, magnetic head shell. The tracking weight's down to 1.25 grams, and the old turntable's still going. So go Radio Shack.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, next up, Henry.
Hey there. Let's see. 2 things today. Thanks, Rick, for showing the other card. I believe I talked about the Bonobo last week. Yeah. Now I've got 10 of these. I went ahead and did 10 instead of just 5 for the test run. This is the TFR 905. This is the latest in my 6309 single board computer series. It takes 163C09E, and it takes a PiCo. And the idea here is to at least get OS 9 running in a pretty fast mode, tethered to your PC for disk and internet and keyboard and stuff. If the 6309 is under $5, the PiCo is under $5, and if I could make these for under $5, These little chips are about 20 cents to get on there. Then we'll have a nice board, and if we can emulate more of the graphics and stuff. Oh, the other thing I did is I'm only using 12 of the GPIO pins on the PiCo to drive the 6309. And so you've got all 8 of the high-speed transmit lines that are on a Pi 2, and you've got other lines that you could create audio with PCM outputs and stuff. So it looks like it's going to be fun to experiment with. I have not actually populated or written the firmware yet. These are brand new. The other thing I want to show you, I talked last week about, or maybe 2 weeks ago, about the gaming operating system that I'm envisioning for multiplayer live gaming with fast networking. And for these purposes right now, fast networking will be the CoCo IOR from Patrick Uland, or it'll be the Bonobo board that he showed you that I mailed to him. Bit banging over the serial port I don't think is gonna be good enough for this type of gaming, but eventually I'd like to support the FujiNet hardware when they're not bit banging anymore. So I'm gonna have to move this laptop to.
Oh, you got lots of goodies in that place, sir.
There's a lot of goodies here, yeah. All right, so I now have 3 different games running. Let's do I'm gonna give the demo before okay, I'm in a game called Blue right now, and it's not much of a game. It doesn't do anything. If I type on the keyboard, nothing happens unless I hit break, because the operating system owns the break key. So if I hit break, it goes back to the console or the shell text panel, and the fact that it's orange tells me that there's still a game running. And in fact, if I hit break again, it goes back into the game. And let's time this this little stripe that's redrawing. It's going to go through the text while I'm not looking at it, and then when I go back into the game with break again, it's still down here. So that game keeps playing even though I can stop and type commands. And I've only got 4 real simple commands right now. 0 stops the game. I'm sorry?
Multi-threading.
It's a single task, but there's an activity going on in the interrupts, the 60 hertz interrupts, and then there's the real game going on. So that game continued running in the foreground, even though meaning not during the interrupts, even though we weren't looking at it, and even though we took control of the keyboard away from it. So let's see. There's a game called Red, and it surprisingly looks just like the game called Blue. And right now my quick command is R, and that launches Red. And in the middle of Red, I could say, hey, I want to do something else like Blue. And there's one more game. Hey, hit break, request green. I'm going to launch green, stop that one, say I'm not in any game anymore. And if I hit break, it doesn't go into a game anymore. And the default mode, if you're not typing a command, is that you're chatting with people around the world in order to try to find people to launch into a game with. So everybody starts out in one big chat before you join a shard and launch into a game is the idea. So cool. That is my demo, and I should be able to show it booting up. I'm going to push the reset button. I saved this for last just in case, but you can see I'm using the CoCo IO card. I have not written the driver for the Bonobo yet. Yeah, and so it launches into the micro.
You got to start somewhere.
And I can go into the game. And I think I have found the flakies by now, and it is pretty stable. And as I was looking around at operating system pages this week, I've been calling this the Nekot, Nekot microkernel, And it's also very similar to a real-time kernel, but real-time operating systems tend to have microkernels in well. And the kind of the definition of a microkernel, it's not really hard to find, but there's a set of things that we say, yeah, those is they tend to be about allocating memory to tasks, allocating CPU to task launching and destroying, and sending messages around. And that's roughly what this kernel does. The extra thing is, I guess, the break key and communicating to the server that's up in the cloud, which I'm going to call the MCP from the movie Tron, and the network driver is going to be part of this OS, which usually drivers are not part of the microkernels.
And do you have a cross licensing agreement with the other Henry for the use of the break key? No, I'm just kidding.
If he had invented it, I would have talked to him about it. But I think it existed.
There's a difference between the break key, as in like the thing that's on your keyboard, and the break key where all of them are like with the logo and everything like that. So, yeah.
So I've also considered using the clear key and having to pay royalties to the ease of use edition.
No, the clear key for switching tasks was done way before I got involved.
So you don't lose any time when you have 3 games, you know, your red, blue, and green running, and you switch between them. There's no time lost.
So I'm not switching between them. I'm killing one and loading the next and launching and running it.
But how does it know?
You're in one game at a time.
Okay.
So, all right. So your question, how does it know what's going on? There's really 3 states. There's no game is on at all. There's a game is running, and let's say it's active. You're looking at it and it owns your keyboard and you're shooting the dudes. And then the game is still running, but you've hit break and you've gone back to the shell. So we can call that passive. We can call it background. That's the third kind of mixed state. And what happens during the interrupts and what happens in what's really the user mode, the foreground task, is a little different in all 3 of those modes. But in both of the gaming modes, the game is active and visible. The game is still running, but you don't see it and can't interact with it at the moment. In both of those, the game has got the normal CPU mode, but gets interrupted by the 60 hertz interrupt to check for the break key.
So no time is lost then.
And to check for packets. Yeah. Time is not really lost. Where time is going to get lost is when packets come in asynchronously.
Oh.
And how to do some rate limiting on that to keep them from all arriving at the at the beginning part of a second and slowing things down, and then you've got extra time at the later part of the second. We can work on that.
Jeez. Okay.
Any other questions about the OS? I think in this next week I'll be publishing the public API. In fact, it's on the GitHub. If you go to Strickyak, STRICKYAK, and search for Nekot, NEKOT, in the repositories, it's under the N1 November 1 directory. You'll find public.h that's got the public API in it, and I should do a YouTube discussing it and post
a link.
Post some examples.
Cool.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah. Nice.
Alrighty.
Very good. Brian, you're up next.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'll go ahead and switch cameras here. Just a couple things here, nothing super spectacular, but anyway. Here. So I know not exactly Tandy or Radio Shack though, but I'm always on the lookout for some of these disk cleaning kits here because eventually, sometime, I do got a bunch of archiving that I want to do, and it's always nice to have these. And this one here seems to be pretty, either A, it's never been used, or B, the users of the cleaning discs didn't put the little check marks there every time they used it. So we'll see.
No, you can't lie on them white ones. That
Yeah.
hadn't been used.
Yeah, this is pretty pristine right here. So, and this one here has the both sides exposed, and this other one here, if I remember right, nope, I thought one of these had the maybe it fell out. I thought one of them here had still had the back there, so you can kind of safely do these, a single-sided disc.
Yeah, you tore that little thing out, right?
Well, I didn't. Yeah, somebody did, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just that a lot of times that backside tends to be felt on the other side there, so you got that felt that's going up against that. It's probably not.
Yeah,
probably
it's a
not
little
great,
hard.
but
A little hard on the felt button.
yeah. So, and there's if you shake.
Is there anything in there?
Yes, there is there's a little bit in the bottom, and it's that secret formula, that no,
It's
alcohol.
like alcohol. Yeah,
it's alcohol.
It's probably
It is alcohol.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it's just isopropyl.
Yeah, I can loan you some. Here, yeah.
Right. So anyway, so that'll be handy to have another one of those. Next here, also kind of along the archiving thing. I know this is not old school. This is the more modern boxes that Radio Shack had before they went out of business. They started kind of going to this kind of. You see a lot of the stuff that's out there. That's the that was the newer stuff. But this one was out there. The price was really cheap there. It's brand new. It's never even been used. And so I thought it might be kind of handy to have something like that because I have a bunch of cassettes that I also want to archive someday.
Right.
And although I have several of the the cassette recorders that we had back in the day, belts get stretched out and things like that. So I'm hoping that maybe this might be a little bit newer and maybe give me some, a little more reliability. So, and there's a lot of these out there on eBay. So this isn't necessarily a rare item by any means, but the other units are the ones that would have been around back in the day. So, but yeah, that's brand new in the box.
So it's only 10 years old instead of 40.
Exactly.
Right. So them belts got 20, 30 years to go.
Right. Yep. Right. So that's that. I'm always looking out for these two because I do have a lot of 3-ring binders, and sometimes I don't always have the disc. So these are those
Nice.
they go into the 3-ring binders here.
And hold the discs.
And so originally it looked like it sold for $5.99, and then it got marked down to 99 cents. So somebody got a good deal at this at one time. So, and then I also had I picked up some that are the same thing, but these are already loose, and these are a little stiffer though. I'm not sure how
Those
to maybe
are backwards though.
What's that?
You need the foldy crease inside, like the first ones are, so when you flip through the binder, it doesn't bend your floppies. Where that one, when you flip through the binder, it's going to try to bend every floppy in it. The unlabeled ones.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, right there. I'm trying to figure out there might be a good way to kind of flatten these out. I wasn't sure if maybe like a cloth on them and then maybe take the iron over that. See if I can't get this to kind of flatten these out a little bit, because I don't want that to induce any. The floppy disk might be rigid enough to do it, but I don't know if I can kind of flatten these out or not. If they'll
maybe just soak them in warm water
or leave them out in the sun.
Leave them out in the sun, kind of warm up a little bit, and then put
a
something
little
heavy
weight on top and let them
cool a little bit. So we'll see.
Unless you cut some cardboard and stick them in there.
Bet you could just use a heat,
they'll be fine. Yeah.
Heat gun or a hairdryer too.
Just to kind of warm up, and then before they cool, try to press them down a little bit. So,
but I'm going to guess you're right, Brian. The rigidity of the floppies in their little floppy cases.
Yeah, might be more than enough to.
Don't stick bare floppies in there because the vinyl will react with the exposed bit of.
Oh, make sure they're in a sleeve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Good point.
I've done that before. I've made that mistake.
Oh, it's a voice of experience.
Okay, the next thing here. This one's out on the archive though, but it's still I always like getting original stuff. So the full turn of the screw there, the Tony DiStefano. This is all of his different Rainbow magazine articles from 83 to 89. They're basically all kind of in a binder here, and but yeah, it's kind of neat.
There's some good articles in there. I've read through a bunch of them.
Yeah, it's here, just on the inside here. Let's see if this kind of comes through here for you guys, but yeah, just all of his different articles that he's done here.
Index, nice.
Yeah, more than a thing or two that I know about Cocos I learned from that man.
Oh, from his articles and what? Did he do any books or whatever too, or was he just articles in the Rainbow?
I just read the Rainbow every month, although he had the
we had Disto, of course, Disto CRC, which sold hardware.
Yeah, and you could buy the kit of circuit boards at the end, which I of course did. And,
okay.
Things like that. But yeah, I followed everything the man wrote because he knew what he was doing, and it was all applicable to stuff that I was interested in.
Right.
You know, it went right.
Yeah,
on
Alan
the
in the
Coco.
chat is something interesting on this because I know some of Tony's articles had errors and they later got corrections, etc. And he's wondering if this is including corrected ones or is this just the raw ones that were occasionally had mistakes.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, because this almost looks like it's like if you look at this, it's almost like it's just copies from the Rainbow themselves. Not not the article that he would have sent. Because he probably would have just sent the the article, and then Rainbow would have laid it out right.
With all the errors that Rainbow introduced into his original article, produced faithfully here.
Right. Yeah. So this is probably just the original. Article.
I was wondering if maybe he had an addendum or something, like if there's any corrections or something.
No, it goes right to the end. And like some of the stuff also that I've shown recently that we talked about, like that disk drive and some of the other stuff, this also came from Terry Laraway.
Oh, nice.
So this man must have had just a whole bunch of stuff that he was either given or bought or whatever. But I've gotten so many things here over the past 6 months. That,
and he was a reseller himself in the 90s, so
right.
So
there's that. The next thing here, there are a couple issues. I think there's 4 issues of this here, but the color micro journal. Let's see. Let me get it centered here. There we go. Okay. It's kind of like it's like in a newspaper format. And
is that considered?
What's that?
Tabloid, I think it's what the newsprint is called.
Right. This one here happens to be volume 1, issue 3. I think issue 2. I can't remember what was out on the archive there, but there is 4 scans out there. With what I happen to get here, this is volume 1, issue 3, volume 1, issue 10, volume 2, issue 1. And then volume 2, issue 3, and volume 2, issue 5. So I got five copies of it, and I need to go look and check. I think I might actually have more of these. I don't recall. So I might have more to add though. But I just thought I'd kind of pick it up. It's kind of a neat one. I don't know if this was just a subscription base of some sort, and it would just come in, looks like it just kind of came in the mail. You could subscribe to it and it just came like a magazine, but it was, instead of being a magazine, it was just printed in newsprint.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic because that's how Rainbow ended up in the last year or two.
Right.
It's the cheapest way
cheaper.
to do it. Yeah, it's a web press and
Nice
very
layout.
inexpensive.
You'll notice they switched to 2 color in issue 2.
That's the red letter edition.
Or volume 2, yeah. They went to 2 color printing instead of 1 color. See? One
Yeah,
more.
when they added the red.
Ta-da! 2 color.
Yep.
Make your ads pop. Pay us money.
It's always kind of interesting when I shouldn't maybe be pointing this out though, but it kind of cracks me up because I don't know if it's just all the what retro computer guys were back in the day, if we were just nerdy or what, but let me see if I can find it real quick. I thought it was in this one here.
I do remember these being advertised in Rainbow though.
Let's see the microware ad.
It's got a UPC code down there, so does that imply it was sold in stores?
Yeah, it was available to be sold in stores.
It could have been, yes.
Oh, let's see. I'm not finding this ad. It cracks me up, the things that we would see here. Let me just see if it's not popping out at me right now here. Was it this issue?
Was it a buxom young lass holding out a modem or something?
No, it was it's losing its luster now because I'm taking too long to find it because I didn't have it thumbnailed here. So or marked. But anyway, oh, here it is. I just don't. This just cracks me up. Miss Bite strip tease.
Yep, Brit Monk.
Mathematical. Mathematical was this diversion for mature gentlemen. But it, high res graphics, dancing, fast action, rhythm and blues music, machine
Worst
language.
game ever.
I knew there would be a buxom young lass involved somehow.
It's basically trying to guess random number sequences and then unveils like a panel at a time.
Oh, geez, yeah.
So basically, you just modify the code a little bit so it just runs through it because it's a waste of time to do anything else. So,
but here we go. OS
There you
9
go.
solutions for your Coco. How about that one?
That looks great.
So J&M, that was a nice big ad there.
Mm-hmm.
On the back here,
gimmicks.
what's that? On the
Just
back
say
here
who-
was the gimmicks here. Sorry, Rick, we'll come back here in a second. But I thought this was interesting because I did see one of these recently sell on eBay for about $3,000. One of these gimmicks, but if I recall, it's a 6809 based machine. But
correct.
Was it for running like CPM or Flex, or was it?
Oh, it's 9 and Flex. That's all it ran on, as far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah. Imagine a Coco that was built properly.
Yeah, like you had serial I/O cards that had 256 byte buffers, but it was hard. Like it was like the big iron of the 6809 world.
Its bus was like it had the 30-pin IO bus in the back, 50-pin IO bus for your CPU and memory cards. It's for the 6809 world. It's effectively what the Altair style in the S100 bus was.
Okay. I just saw that on
Just to give you a couple examples, Color Computer News Magazine, Frank Hogg Labs all had gimmick systems to run their entire businesses on.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see here. I thought I had something else. Oh, I don't know if I've ever remember seeing this picture. Yeah. I've seen this before, but I'm not sure if I've ever seen I have a hard time kind of moving the camera here. There we go. But I mean, that was him. I've seen this. Seen the little cartoon.
I've seen that ad. I think he had it in Color Computer Magazine in color, if I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay.
And that was kind of the start of it, because after that, he generally had a checkerboard tablecloth in his ad somehow to allude back to this.
Oh, okay.
It was.
So,
yeah, it was his lower kid ad. I remember that.
So, but anyway, I just thought I'd share a few copies of that. I thought that was I don't remember seeing this one, and then once I received it, I started looking a little bit closer, and it's like I think I have some more copies of this, so I need to go. I need to go pull a few boxes and.
Now, did you say that the Color Computer Archive has these, or only has some of these?
It has 4. I think it
has. So there's
4.
quite a few missing then, because you were up to volume 2 number.
Right.
Well, you had volume 110 and volume 2
and I
something.
think the ones on the archive were only they were all part of volume 1, so I didn't see any volume 2 out there.
I'd love to see the later ones there, because it definitely looks like they were taking a bit of a OS 9 slant, just judging by some of the cover stories and stuff here. So that would be something I'd be interested in seeing what they covered.
Right. Yep. One thing, and Curtis may appreciate this, a couple of those ads were like 40% coverage, solid black, and a big broadsheet. How do you print that? they must have yelled at this man. That's supposed to be a grayscale. You aren't supposed to have big chunks of solid black cover like a quarter of the page in one big chunk.
Boy, talk about paper sticking together.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the last thing I was going to show, I already took the screws out of it, but at face value, does anybody recognize this here?
Speech system. So it's got to be a voice or a music card or something, I would guess.
Or
is that?
You recognize those ports?
Isn't that?
Is that a headphone microphone jack or something?
It is. Yep. There you
Ears?
go. Your ears. Exactly. So,
okay.
And the reason why I got this one is because this is the thing that's hard. You see these popping up every once in a while out there, but you never see it with the headphone jack. And so,
well, your foam is still foamy. How'd you do that?
Right? Yeah, this one was really nice. The reason why I got this one is because I was hoping it would be, and it was. And I'll take the cover off here a little bit. Let me see if I can zoom.
Yeah, Bill Noble had one of these back in the day. We actually tried it, and it's not the greatest thing at voice recognition.
So I'm sorry I didn't grab my other one, but if it's coming through a little bit there, yeah, it is there. So this says version 2 right here. The other ears cartridge I have says version 1, and I really wanted to. I totally forgot up until like 5 minutes before the show. It's like, oh shoot, because I was going to pull the boards open for comparison. There's not a lot of difference between the two boards. They're basically the same, but essentially this is version 2, and it has the ears. It always kind of puzzled me why Speech Systems, all their cartridges look the same. They just have this.
Because it's cheaper.
And you really can't tell if it's an ears or what it is. But obviously their boards have it. So whether it's the different audio cartridges that they have, yeah.
Why the missing chip?
The missing chip?
Yeah, you can see some solder pads.
Oh,
it was future development, or if they needed to add another chip to fix something.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so now I have a version 1 with a headphone, and I got a version 2 with a headphone. So that I think they both function the same way. I don't think there's any difference between the two, but they may have tweaked a little bit and just called it version 2. So.
Right. So yeah, that's the question. Is version 1 the same board, but with that extra chip that we don't have now?
Right. Yeah, they may have figured they didn't need
Conspiracy
that.
theory.
So,
well, because you didn't change boards back then. If you could bodge a wire or two, you didn't change a whole circuit board.
Right.
It was expensive. It was hard. It's not like today.
Well, like the system we saw last week, where they used the board to totally build an amplifier on.
Yeah. That when I showed the what was the name of that system there?
Automated something or other, wasn't it?
Yep, automated systems or something. So this has nothing to do with functionality, but I'm not sure if this is coming through or not. But they're blue. I don't know why the blue is on there. If that was some sort of just some sort of marking or whatever. But
is it corrosion?
I don't know. But there's everything from silver to these are blue tinted to these almost have. It's not coming through on the camera, but they're almost copper looking. They have that copper looking color.
And those sockets are kind of funky.
Yeah, and they're white sockets, where some of these are black sockets. So I guess whatever they could get their hands on back in the day. But so anyway, just little things like that always kind of interest me a little bit. But
never heard of blued IC pins. That's a new one.
Well, and also too, it's not coming through on the camera very well. Maybe you can kind of see, but you see how these pads are silver. Some of the pads around these resistors and capacitors also have this bluish ink on them. So
maybe it's an anti-corrosion thing.
Yeah, it might have been.
Could be.
Or it is corrosion.
Or it is corrosion. Yeah.
Well, but even this one here
copper
too.
Copper makes blue.
But even this one here, I don't know if you can kind of see it's not as, you guys can't quite see the blue, but you can see how the pins look a little discolored compared to these pins. These
like
look
it's
more
been
silver.
Exposed to something.
Yeah. So anyway,
yeah,
but nope. So it's just a version 2. Now
cool.
Luckily, what I do have, and this is what's going to make it nice, is that I did have a copy of the manual, a second copy, and I also had a second copy of the software. So now I got a cartridge to go along with it too. So now I got two full.
It'd be interesting to see if the software has been updated between the version 1 and the version 2 boards.
Yeah, I'll have to look and see.
Like to see if the bin files exactly match each other, or maybe they're slightly different, or.
Right.
Yeah, we expect a full report.
A full report, yes.
After you scan the microjournals, though, I want to see those first. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
I still got the disc that you want archived from the.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Robert Kilgus scans too.
Yes. I just need to take like 3 months off from work or something like that.
Do CoCo stuff, yeah.
And just do CoCo. So, but anyway, that's all I got for you, gentlemen.
Nice.
And I use the word gentleman loosely.
Well, are we going to? Someday it'd be cool to hear it work.
Or not work.
But there's nothing to hear though. Like you speak, you program it to recognize your voice. You say the word "der," for example, and then list. And then if it can differentiate between the two enough, when you actually spoke that in the microphone, it would do it in basics. Like if you did "der," it would "der" a directory. And if you added in like 10 keywords, it started to get worse and worse to figure out which one was which. Like it wasn't the greatest, but
so you say "der" and it says delete all files.
Yeah, well, it would confuse Del. Thank God, you know, basic use kill instead of Del. But yeah, even "der" and list, it would sometimes get mixed up if you had too many other keywords and it had to like drop the fidelity of what it was trying to compare. Because Bill and I used it, and then we kind of just. I remember we were sitting there, "der," "Dur," and you'd have to like keep getting it just right so it'd recognize, oh, there, dur, but it was like 1 out of every 5 tries it would actually work. So it was an interesting experiment, not really ready for prime time.
If I remember right, gosh, this must have been maybe 5 years ago. I think it was on Facebook. There was a guy that shared a story where he used this back in the day, I think either for high school or a college project, where he made like a little demo door, but he made a mechanical lock that used like a motor. And I think he wrote a program, because the way this works is that you'd record a phrase and it saves it as a file, and then you can call up those files when you run the program, and you can program it all in BASIC. And I think he wrote a program so he could say like lock door, and the motor would run and lock the door, and then you could say unlock door.
You could do that with yours. It's just the accuracy was something to be desired.
Yep. I can't remember the guy's name, obviously, but I want to say it was like 5 years ago. I think he typed up something and shared a story, if I remember right. I can't remember if he shared the story or, you know what, maybe it was I think I posted a picture of the ears cartridge that I had, and I think maybe it was in a comment. I'll see if I can find it, but it was interesting.
I like Kieran's comment in the chat though. He goes, "Sounds like exactly like home trained AI voice recognition today."
Yeah, not always kind of the rest, is it? Yes. Or you're trying to talk to your phone and you try to do speech to text or whatever, and it comes back with something.
Yeah, it's kind of like Newton handwriting recognition in the early days. There, it's about the same.
So anyway, thanks, guys.
Good job.
Okay. Anything else we need to go over? Otherwise, commercial break, and then we'll wake up Ken.
Calling Ken.
Activate the Canadians and activate the commercials, I guess.
Yep.
Send 120 volts to his doorknob.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like this should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sigard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Devious. we had a total of 16 players. We had Mr. Dave 6309, 380. Mark B, 3410. Coconut Bob, 5010. Frederick, 5230. 8 Bits in the Basement, 9560. Sloopy Malibu, 11,100. Mike, 12,170. Jim Rye, 17,100. Retro Rick, 19,440. Sabhead, 21,270. Canadian Retro Things, 24,510. Shenley, 24,710. L Curtis Boyle, 26,060. Louis, 27,250. Tasman, 33,960. And this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 41,590. Thanks everybody that played. We will see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute!
When are we actually going to make him a video for that?
Right, we should just do that. It'll save a lot of talking. And
Well, when someone has the talent to actually do it.
Oh, geez, we need talent.
Oh, well, there.
That translates to never, I believe.
You know what?
Yep.
I guess I'll look and see if I have the right video assets for that. I'll see what I can do with that.
All right, so searching through some magazines, the only review for Devious that I found was from Color Computer Magazine, August 1984. And it was a very short review. The reviewer said it plays well enough. The graphics are nothing to write home about. They're functional. There's better games on the CoCo, and there are worse. Probably wouldn't choose to play this one, but if nothing else is around. So I do actually kind of find it funny in this magazine that the review for Devious was basically 2.5 paragraphs, and then you go down. Supercolor Biorhythm got like almost an entire page review.
That's pretty sad.
And the review, they used a washing machine to fill up the space?
I don't know. I
So
think that's
what-
supposed to be for Supercolor Biorhythms, I guess.
Something tells me they handed that review to somebody that doesn't play games.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Oh.
Or I think they handed that review to somebody and then they came and said, okay, well, we're going to print in 20 minutes. Have you got that review done? Oh, crap. There you go.
So they put all the ads on the page after the review to kind of fill it in?
Yep.
Cool.
I don't remember for sure, but I believe icepeople.net did have a review of Devious.
Oh, I didn't look on there.
I should actually make a list of those so you can look them up without having to search it every time.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. Anyway, so not exactly a glowing review. However, I thought it wasn't too bad of a game. A little bit slow, but part of that is that I chose a lower level to start the game on so that everybody would have a chance to at least play it a bit. And once you get up into the higher levels, like once you get over like 20,000 points, it starts to get pretty hectic. So
Brian Walsh in chat says, as concerning the washing machine, he said, as in it's more fun to watch the washing machine.
Shit.
You okay,
Yeah, what happened there, Nick?
Nick?
No, that's all right. I just dropped something. The milk. I've got to try clean it up. Bloody thing. Anyway, keep going.
So basically, you're saying cleaning up milk is better than listening to the review of Devious?
I no, that comment was for the show.
He's pulling a Brian.
No, that's right.
When I drop
Anyways, does anybody have any tips or tricks for Devious? It's a pretty straightforward game.
One tip is when you're expecting waves of aliens to come, is to move up to the top half of the screen so you can get your shots more constant rather than a burst of 2 or 3 and then a long pause where you miss everybody.
And also, when you're closer to the top of the screen, then as they're coming at you, you can back off to kill ones that you miss.
Yeah. Also, if you find it too slow, definitely use the Coco 3 speed up poke.
Yeah. However, like I said, you could just play it on a higher level. It gets pretty hectic as you get up in
Yeah, when you get up around the 20,000 point, I think one of the commenters on the Discord mentioned it too. It starts getting challenging pretty quick.
Yeah, that was
as you said, there's bullet hells you go through later on. So yeah,
Dr. Ted was saying that, and one of the things I found on when you get up there, they've got so many things that shoot at you from the ground clustered up that if you don't kill them all and you get killed right there, then as soon as you spawn, you're dead. Because it spawns you right in the middle of them. So they shoot at you from like all 4 sides and you've got nowhere to go but die.
Yeah. And there's like the nice thing about it for me, I mean, the scenery is very simple. They couldn't try to duplicate the full color backgrounds the original arcade Devious had. But there is little different patterns and different things like little highways and launch pads and stuff. And then you get different clusters of various ground things. There's one of the ground things actually doesn't show up until you're like 15, 20,000 points at all. I was kind of surprised to see another shape show up. I thought I'd seen them all.
Yeah, so it's definitely, I think that reviewer definitely didn't play the game enough.
Yeah, or wasn't into games that much.
Yeah. What are the
Which is something quite a few of the magazines did back in their old days. I know, I've always found it a fun game. I played it quite a bit. Our club actually bought a copy, so we had a legitimate one. And I was a big Devious fan, mainly for the graphics and the music, but gameplay-wise, this was close enough. And like I said, it does get more challenging. I'm not as good at it as I used to be, but I definitely when I finally had a decent game here on Thursday, it was like, oh yeah, I remember this does actually get a bit more difficult, especially when the bullet hell started happening. When, like you said, you got 4 groups of 5 ground-based things all firing at you, like you said, from all 4 directions, and then a wave of aliens comes at the same time. Like, oh geez.
Yep. So, yeah, for those that found the game not challenging enough, you could have just either up the level or just played it longer.
Yeah, once you get past a certain point, it gets difficult. And so it's not good ramping, actually, because you can get comfortable with it and actually play long enough to feel that you're pretty good at it. And then if you keep going, well, then all of a sudden you find out, no, you're not.
You're so wrong.
I would actually say one of the things that I did find a little bit annoying about it is that there were such long pauses between like waves of bad guys. Like you would fly along for 10, 15 seconds before there was anything for you to shoot on the screen.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Like if you managed to shoot everything out as soon as it appeared on the screen, like if you did the top half thing with the ships, I think it left enough of a gap normally that if you have some of the ships make it to the bottom, it wouldn't seem like such a long pause. But if you go up to the top where you can rapid fire better and you wipe the whole wave out, well, then you've got to wait until that whole scene goes by.
Oh, no, there was definitely some stuff where even if they go to the bottom, Curtis, you really got to fix the screw on your camera.
I got to fix my cat who keeps leaning into my monitor. That's what I got to do.
Ah, that's what it is. Okay. That's okay then.
Yeah, I move it here. Now he's all ticked off. Now he's going to shove it back in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, you need a catapult.
Anyways,
bring him here. He can lap up the milk on the floor.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Just airmail the cat.
I'll ship him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, other than the long pauses at points, but that I guess it's also a good thing if you go when you're up in higher levels and you go through a bit of bullet hell, you get a pause to kind of regroup and
let all the bullets clear off the screen from your opponents.
Yeah. So, anyways, not nearly as bad of a game as the reviewer said it was. So,
yeah, I wonder what icepeople.net said on it. So I can
quickly see if I can look that up. Okay, and that is
you getting that stupid warning?
Yep. Domain
Yeah,
is
just
under
go past it.
construction and will be available soon. No, I'm getting nothing.
Oh.
It won't let me.
That's different.
It says the domain is under construction and will be available soon.
If you go to icepeople.net/coco/reviews.html, it will show up.
Oh, okay.
Looks like his roots broke.
Oh, yes. DNS propagation is a wonderful thing.
Okay, reviews. Okay, that worked.
Yeah, he's got Devious on there. Well, just above halfway through the A to M page.
Okay. Do you want to just bring that up then?
Sure, let me zoom it up a bit here. There's when I zoomed it, it moved off screen somewhere, so I got to find it again. There we go.
Okay, so he gives it a B minus. Basically just talks about it. It's based on Devious. Gameplay elements like graphics and sound are generally in the moderate to good category. So he's much nicer to it than the Color Computer magazine. There's enough depth to keep players interested for multiple sessions. There's other shooters that are more entertaining, but this one wouldn't feel like a bitter disappointment if it was the one you plunked down your allowance money for. So,
yeah, I basically agree with that.
I do too. It's a good enough game to hold your attention and not be mad that you have it.
Yeah, and it doesn't get repetitive really fast because it keeps adding new elements as you go. Like when you first get to the spinning, I don't know what they're called, the shields or whatever they are, the square things. And then that other opponent suddenly shows up, and then you get different waves of stuff, and then you start getting clusters of the ground-based stuff. So it keeps adding new things to it.
At the start, you're just getting waves of all one type of bad guy, and then later on they start mixing it up. Like you get mixes of them in a wave.
Yeah. The other thing I liked about it, like when we bought it for the club, is that the cassette version ran in a 16K CoCo, which is by far the most common at that time. And
yeah,
a minimal machine would run it just fine. All right, back to you, Kim.
All right. Yeah, so I don't know what else is there to say about Devious. It was a relatively fun game, not the best game of the CoCo, but
yeah, if you want a Devious type game with like more extravagant backgrounds and definitely harder, then go play Xeneon that we covered on the Game On Challenge a while ago.
And actually, if you play Devious on the highest level, it's really a hard game.
Actually, I didn't try that. I should have. Double speed in the highest level would have been pretty cool.
Oh, double speed in the highest level, you'd never survive. Because, I mean, the first wave on the highest level, you're right into a bullet hell. Like, they are shooting at you from every direction, and there's like 50, 60 bullets on the screen that you're trying to avoid and shoot things.
Double speed on the lowest level, I didn't survive.
Actually, Bob, do you still have your Gimme X? You should try it on that.
No, I sold that one to Terry, I don't remember it. At the last CoCo Fest.
Steen, I'm trying to think what Terry's you got here. But yeah, running at 2.86 megahertz, that would really make it fly. I'd recommend people who didn't get a chance to participate in the challenge, I would say go try it if you've never tried the game before. It's actually fun. It starts slow enough, you'll feel like you're not just getting killed so quick that there's no point to playing it type thing. It ramps its difficulty, I think, quite nicely, actually, better than most.
Yeah, and if you're got a problem with how slow the game is, just go to the highest level, and I dare you to survive for longer than a few minutes.
Or if you have a CoCo 3, use the double speed poke. That'll give it a bit of a boost, but still keep the gameplay simple, just faster.
All right. So the other game that we played this week was Blitz.
And we had the author on.
Yep.
On the Game On Challenge, which is cool.
So it was kind of fun that's definitely a game on challenge that's got some stuff in it that you should go back and watch, because there's some interesting questions and answers going on there. And
I will mention that the person that wrote that game, and it was published in Rainbow, is a fellow BCite. Is that what you guys call yourselves, Cam?
we're just Canadians.
But anyway, he's if any of you are familiar with the emulator that is probably more commonly used for the Tier City Model 1, 2, 3, 4, 4P, 16, 12, Tandy 10, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He is the author of that emulator. And he got to start, I guess he had a Model 1 at home from what he was saying during our little talk during the Game on Challenge, but then he got a CoCo and he ended up writing that game, published it in Rainbow. And then he went on to do the Tier City GP emulator, which actually does emulate CoCo 1, 2s, and the MC10 now. And is actually a pretty decent emulator. So if you haven't fiddled with it, I'd definitely go try it out.
And so if you don't know what Blitz is, it's basically a game where you're a tank on the bottom of the screen and you're shooting planes as they fly over you, and they're trying to drop bombs on you. And I guess the only tips and tricks I can think for that are definitely you have to learn that when you flip your turret all the way over to one side, it'll start rolling your tank that way. And you have to use that in the game, because there's just spots where you're not going to be able to survive, because there's different levels of bomb. Like there are different types, or not really types, but clusters of bombs that they drop. Like certain planes will just drop one bomb on you. Yeah, patterns. Certain planes will drop one bomb on you. Certain will drop like 2 or 3 at a time, and other ones will just drop a steady stream.
Yeah. The hardest thing about the game for me was getting used to the controls again, because we only have the one joystick, one button type thing. So you'd move your joystick left and right to move the turret. But as you said, once you go to the extreme side, then you're also moving your tank, but you're shooting at a really low level angle. So you kind of have to do moving around and kind of pre-plan, or maybe spray a bunch in one, in a wave. You also have the bombs. If you shoot one that's already exploding, it'll just keep explosions going. And you can actually kind of set up a shield against bombs that way if you have to. So it does take a bit of time to get used to.
That shield only covers about 2/3 of your tank, so bombs can still hit you.
Yeah. But I did definitely use that technique to save myself a few times. And I noticed George, the author of the game, did as well.
Yeah.
So. In fact, we're going to try to have him on next week when this game ends, to kind of talk about it as the author. And if he has any questions about the Tier City GP emulator, I'm sure he'll be happy to answer those too.
Yeah, so I don't know. Any other tips and tricks you can think of for the game?
No, I mean, if you've played Sabotage on the Apple II, and there's some other games on other platforms that are similar.
Or Blitzkrieg on the Apple II.
But those are all where you're stationary. You just angle. Like in Blitzkrieg, you're on the far left corner. In Sabotage, you're dead center. Here, you would get to move your platform around, and you can't go to the edge of the screen. There's a block on each side you can't go. So sometimes you get kind of...
We did actually play a game kind of like this a little while ago. It's a new game that was made by Treasure Island.
Right.
Remember,
I forgot about that.
Island
You're right.
Yeah. I can't remember the author. Who's that wrote that?
He's from Calgary, isn't he? He's...
Anyway,
Treasure Island Defense, it was called.
Yeah, Treasure Island Defense is about
Sheldon
a year and a half
McDonald.
ago. Yeah, about a year and a half ago we played that game. So,
yeah, I do like the effect. Like we're kind of showing it if you're looking at Bob Emery's screen here, where that when your tank gets launched, it actually comes across from the top and then drops to the ground and bounces. I'd like to see a real tank try that.
It's just got really good shock absorbers. It's got big rubber tires.
Yeah. It's really good for a magazine game, because this is one of those ones you went to Rainbow, you type in 3 pages of data statements to poke in the machine language program. But this is one of the better ones that Rainbow published. I mean, we've done 1 or 2 before, I think. Try to remember the one that's got 50 levels where you have to dig the gold out of those little holes. It almost looks like a Lode Runner style, but it's not.
Yeah.
Not
Gold Runner, but is it Gold Runner? No.
No, it's something else. I can't remember, but yeah, that's one of the best ones that Rainbow published that you would type in, and it was shorter. Like the one for that game was like 10 pages of data statements. This was only 3 or 4. It wasn't too bad.
All right, so I guess if we got nothing else to say about that, we will talk about Thursday night's show. I'll show a little bit of footage.
While you're
from
bringing that up,
that.
I just want to put something out from the chat here, not related to the Game On Challenge, but I just want to do it before I forget, and it scrolls off. Fedor Steeman, who hasn't been on our chat for quite a while, and he said he'd been quite busy with real life, mentions, are any CoCoers near Lawrence, Kansas? I will be there in May for a conference. I think Grant Leedy, isn't he in Kansas? If he's not chasing tornadoes. Anyway, just want to get that out there. Go ahead, Ken.
All right, well, here we go. You can see there's a few people playing Devious, and up there in the corner, we've got George Phillips, who is the author of Blitz, and he's playing that. You can see
Yeah, you saw a little bit of his technique there for firing your shots. Once you get an explosion going, keep firing to build up a shield, so when a wave of bombs comes at you, you can kind of protect yourself.
Yep.
Also, keep moving. I guess that's another one, because they will eventually hit you if you stay stationary.
And the sweeping shots works good.
Yeah, yeah. The other cool thing about the game, I forgot to mention until I see it playing again here, is that when you get blown up, your debris flies out, and it can actually take out a whole wave of planes,
Yeah.
which is kind of cool.
When I was playing on the higher levels, that's just basically all my points were scored by a bunch of planes being on the screen, and when I died, I killed a whole bunch of them.
Kamikaze Ken.
It wasn't by choice. So let's see if I move forward a bit. So, yeah, we actually had a pretty good turnout on Thursday too. We had, as you can see, 9 people playing here.
You know, I think Fedor needs to stop off in Chicago first in May.
It depends on when in May he's coming, I guess, because he's coming from Europe.
Actually, here we even made it to 10 players. And here we go. Here's some L Curtis Boyle. There's the shield thing.
Yep.
What game is it based on the Apple II?
There's a couple, but the first one I think that I ever played was Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, it's a 1979 one. Then Sabotage was 80 or 81.
Yeah.
I remember Blitzkrieg on the Apple II.
Blitzkrieg, how do you spell that?
Blitz.
Just like the German word. Just like the German word.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a German word.
Yep.
That's why it's just like the German word.
You should have had George more highlighted than me, though. George is way better at this game than I am.
I know, but it's we're watching you so that we don't feel so bad about how we do when we play. Anyways, it's definitely a fun game, and
George's only game, surprisingly. I mean, it's a pretty good game. I'm surprised he didn't write anymore.
Although, if you listen to the broadcast, he was talking about it, and he had a little trouble getting it published. He said it was about 2 years after he submitted it that they finally said, "Oh yeah, we want to publish that."
Next didn't get published, I think, till the middle of '88 or something like that. So,
one of the interesting things about the game that I kind of like is that the planes can actually kill each other. If they run into each other, they kill them. They die. Also, if they drop a bomb and it happens to hit a plane below them, that plane dies. I'm not sure if you get points for that, but
I never really paid attention to that. I do know you get points if your debris kills them, but
yeah, you do get points if they run into each other. So I think it's just based on anytime something hits or anytime a plane dies, you get points for it, no matter how they die. All right, so that's Thursday nights. on the Game On Challenge channel on Discord at 8 o'clock Eastern Time.
Which for us that don't change time zones, that changes as of tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, but it will still be 8 o'clock Eastern Time.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You just don't
But
say
some of us do
standard
relative
or
time.
daylight. Yeah. It's one of those Eastern times.
Whatever time it is in the East, that's at 8 o'clock. That's when it starts. So, yeah.
Yep.
You can come and play the game of the week, or you can play any Coco game you want to. But, yeah, or hang out and just chat with us. Whatever you want. Not sure who's playing here now, but they're in a different color set, so.
Except heckling, too.
Yeah, and this is the wrong color set, because he actually explained, if you look at your tank in the bottom, you can see those two little flags on the sides. He actually said he was trying to do a miniaturized Canadian flag there, so it should be red stripes with white. This is one of the few artifact games where, you know, there is actually a color set it's supposed to be. Not that it makes a difference playing-wise, but...
It looks like his colors are blue and yellow, so maybe he was going for Ukrainian today.
Could be.
All right, so yeah, come join us on Thursday night for that, and yeah, have some fun. Or just join us in the audience and heckle us, however you want to do it.
Yeah, like Trina said, was in the chat, this particular one.
Yep.
Telling us to play Mac games.
Well, it was for a reason. It's
Marcintosh, right?
Yeah.
Marcintosh, yeah.
And we got to remember the very first original Macintosh prototypes were 6809 based, so
indeed,
it's kind of a cousin in that way.
Theoretically, we are playing a game that's based on an Apple game, so it's kind of a Macintosh.
Could have been using CoCoMax too. That's kind of based on the Mac Paint.
All right, so I guess that brings us to the point where I announce next week's game. So this one comes to us from over the pond.
Cuthbert does what?
Nope, it's not a Cuthbert. Not a Cuthbert game. It's
Oh, the other
actually a game that's not Cuthbert.
Starts with a B, doesn't it?
It looks like Mutant Cubert.
Are we redoing another Frogger week?
No. Basically, the idea of this game is that you start at the top of the screen and you have to make your way down to, you can see in the bottom right corner there's the exit.
Okay.
Those big green things on the side, they are lasers that shoot at you, and there's the green and yellow diamonds that you have to try to pick up for bonus points, and just trying to make it fall down through the holes to get and make it over to the far side.
So you're the head with feet, or?
Yeah, you're the
head with
Cubert
feet.
style guy.
Yeah.
It starts with a B, but honestly, I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I wonder if Sixie in the chat remembers, or Fedor, or some of the other European and UK people. It's a two-word title, isn't it?
Well, it's
No,
odd
3
because
words. I remember what it's called now, I think.
it's 3 words, but the actual title screen doesn't show what we have listed as the title of the game. So
Yeah, and my big clue for everybody, the middle word is the.
there we go. Now I remember what it is.
Gave it all away.
And the other 2 words start with a B.
All right. Well, I will show you since. Oh, there we go. 60 has it. One of the Borises.
So it's Boris Da.
What? Now it just shows Boris on the title screen, but it's actually called
Boris the Bold, I think, is what it was.
yeah,
sold
Boris
as,
the
wasn't it?
Bold. That's what it's listed on under the archives. So
Now, Sixie just mentioned it's one of the Boris games. I don't recall any others, so
I don't recall
I'm
any
a bit
other Boris
intrigued by
games,
this.
but
Boris might have been a mascot like Cuthbert or the other.
Well, yeah, this is like Horus without arms. What's that all about?
Right. Yeah, Horus, right.
And
So,
is this,
Sixie, these other Boris games you're referring to, are these on the Dragon as well? Like, was this a series? Because I don't think I've seen any of the other ones.
might have been on the Spectrum.
Yeah, could be. Could if it's cross-platform. Or BBC Micro or something like that.
Well, just different stages of Pac-Man evolution. Losing the arms, then losing the legs.
So yeah, he's Pac-Man with a nose and legs.
Like Hubert.
Or Lemonhead or something, yeah.
So that game will be going for the next 2 weeks.
60 now says, "Oh, I mean, I might be hallucinating more than one."
The 80s were rough, eh?
Darn, I thought there was a whole nother sequence of games there. I had no clue about. I like discovering ones I've never seen before. In fact, one of them will be on the Game On News here, a Dragon game that I had not seen. At least I don't remember.
All right, well, that's all I have to say. So,
is there instructions for that one on the archive?
Yes,
The Dragon archive.
There's also instructions in the game. It asks you right at the start.
Oh, right,
Do you want
right.
instructions?
Oh,
Yes, and then there's like 5-6 pages of instructions.
No one.
One
reads
thing about
that.
it, European games are hard but well instructioned.
Definitely agree on the hard part.
Oh, 60 now says I think I was hallucinating.
Obviously, the 80s were rough for him.
Maybe just seeing
Or
Boris.
age is catching up to him like it is to me. I'm forgetting stuff too. So
Maybe just seeing Boris, he thought Horace.
So what company released it?
Ooh, good
that I
question.
don't remember.
Because it looks
just-
like it doesn't look like a magazine game. It looks a little bit more professional.
No, it was a
So-
commercial game. I do remember that.
Yeah.
They were advertised
Okay.
in Dragon User. I just don't remember which company. If it says in the splash screen or not, I can't remember that either. We just saw it.
Here we go. Boris. Author was N. Dyson and published by Blobby Computers. Blobby
Bloody.
Computer Games. Blobby.
Bloody or bloody?
Blabby.
Blabby.
Like talkative. Blabby.
BLABY.
BLA.
Who definitely improved over the years because some of their early games are pretty sad.
Actually, there's 7 pages of instructions. So if you
Holy
hit
cow.
yes, if you hit yes, there's a novel to read for instructions.
And that's the only reason it needs 32K. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what it requires.
32K.
Oh.
Coco 1, 2, or 3, 32K.
They did quite a few Dragon games by the looks of it.
Yeah, no, they were one of them prolific publishers. And I think they were one of the ones that lasted fairly long too before they stopped.
And there's only one Boris game.
Yeah, well, 60 admitted he was using a lot of drugs at the time, so he didn't really remember.
What LDS?
He was just mixing up Boris and Horace. So
Or Boris and
Okay.
Cuthbert.
May not be compatible with the SDC here. It's just crashing.
You might have to mount it and then use that run at one to boot up disk space. You can try it then.
well, it's there.
It's a cassette game.
Obviously played it because I got screenshots. I'm pretty sure I didn't use a Dragon emulator.
On the Color Computer Archive, it's got a disk image for the Coco. I mean, I used it on my on emulator.
But the instructions are cassette. Part of it look like a cassette picture.
No, well, no, but like the instructions that come up on the screen here, like I'll just show you Curtis's website here.
Oh, don't do that. Don't give that loser any more airtime.
Right.
So you can see they ask on the first screen here whether you want instructions. If you hit yes, you go through all these pages of instructions to read.
Who reads that?
So, Bob, if you want to try it, do a run at sign 1 after you've mounted the drive and drive 0. That should reboot you with pure disk basic, not SDC enhanced basic, if that's a compatibility issue, and then just see if you can load it and run it from there.
I like 60's comment there. To be fair, we have had other Borises in this country that we try to forget.
That Boris has a lot more hair than the one in this game, though, I will say.
Although they look kind of similar.
Oh, Bojo, Jesus.
Did Bob step away, or is he's
no, he's trying to run it right now. Mark, can you bring up Bob's screen so we can
watch it crash again?
Watch it crash again.
Okay. Or I forget. It's pretty.
Yeah. I get that occasionally too, and then my Coco just does that. Probably I need to clean my
looks like one of my screensavers.
Look, how many different screens is it going to give you?
It's working fine in VCC. Actually no, I didn't play it in VCC. I played it in XROR. So the play now button on XROR works fine.
It was way prettier when I did it this way the first time.
Ooh. Cool, shiny.
I wonder if it is cassette based. Maybe you have to run ROM-L or something and load it that way. Exile in Paradise, we just tried it with the run at, and it's crashing there too. So it's not just the SDC extended DOS versus.
I'm gonna look for the cassette file. I can try loading it over Bluetooth actually.
Cool.
Yeah, because it'd be nice to get people to direct us how to actually run it if they have real hardware.
Right, it's already the game. Now we got to find a way to run it.
This happened a few times before. We had to patch games.
Yep.
Oh, maybe that's the game. Any score is a high score.
I guess it means I should really get my real computer out and start using it to test the games before I choose them.
Yep.
Yeah, I would try ROM-L too if you have it handy. That ROM pack loader basically shuts off the ROMs and reverts back to a cassette style system so that
VCC loads from. Oh, we haven't got the cassette file yet.
I might have used ROM-L. I can't remember.
It runs fine on VCC, so.
Maybe try a unmodified Coco.
Oh.
I mean, it could be something as simple as they used an illegal instruction as a timing thing, or whoever cracked it screwed it up and then tries to run a 609 instruction. That happened on was it Bugs 2 or Grabber or something like that we had to fix?
It was not that long ago. It was, that we had that happen.
Yeah, I do have a 6309 in this machine and 2 megs, so hopefully that's not a problem. But
yeah, the 2 megs would have to go out of its way to screw that up because you got to reprogram MMU registers that didn't exist on a Dragon or Coco 1. So
yeah, I would not at all be surprised if we're also running into an issue with it being the 6309.
I mean, let's try to run it through the debugger and see if it's jacking up on a 609 instruction, which should not be there.
You didn't have anything to do this week, did you, Curtis?
No, I kind of thought that Henry was volunteering from what I understood.
I've got FujiNet stuff to prepare for VCFE. So
perfect. You can actually get it running across FujiNet. Awesome. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, so when I switch VCC over to a 6309, it is not working properly.
Okay.
So it's a 6309 problem. You have to run it on a 6809.
Well, for now.
Yeah.
Right. This week.
But in the meantime, add a little sound to that. It makes a mean little demo for the Coco 3.
Yeah. Here's some of the more rarely used graphics modes.
pipe the raw data through the 6-bit DAC.
I wonder if one of those screensavers would invoke the so rumored 256 color mode.
Nick will get right on that as soon as he finishes cleaning up spilled milk.
Yeah, right.
After how much time he wasted earlier in his life trying to do that.
That's right. Doesn't exist.
Okay, so everybody that's got a 6309 in their computer and want to play on real hardware, you have to remove it and put a 6809 back in.
I wonder if that was my issue trying to play Devious before. When you were going over that in the Game On Challenge, I tried to run it on my Dragon through FujiNet and through SDC, and it had similar results. So, and I got a 6309 in there, so.
No, I've played it on 609. Devious works fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Dragon has different ROMs and stuff, so if Ryan called any ROM calls, that might cause an issue.
Yeah, so I tried it on the SDC as well, and it didn't work. So it's like it at least absolved my Fuji network.
Right.
Yeah, Michael Zwiffel says that it works great on his Coco 3 with a 6809. So.
Okay, so definitely 609. So there's
609.
probably somebody who cracked it, left some junk code that the 609 just ran over until it hit a legal one, and the 609 goes, "Oh, I know how to do a multi," and then it went off to never land. All right, I guess I will see if I can work on that later.
One of the great
Keep your
things
eye on
about
the Game On
On
Challenge channel on Discord, and if I upload a disk image, it should be fixed.
The
Still
Game On
got 2 hours to
Challenge,
go.
Game On Challenge, breaking Cocos since almost 5 years.
Unfortunately
now.
for me, the Game On Challenge is not playing the games; it's trying to fix the darn thing. So
Right. Game On Challenge is getting it running.
There's the challenge.
If it runs, you've won.
And is the version you just tried
Thanks
to
a lot,
run,
Ken. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nick.
was the version you tried to run, was it a cracked version or the original?
Probably, I would guess.
Is the original CAS version available? You can try and load it as a CAS in VCC with the 6309 on and see if that works.
Although the original cassette version would be a Dragon game, so keyboard.
It uses joystick though, doesn't it?
Yeah, joystick or keyboard. So.
Right.
And if it does use keyboard, it depends on how it uses. If it uses a ROM call, like Polecat, it should work fine. But if it directly reads PIAs, it'll be weird keys.
Or maybe it is dual joystick.
Yeah, I think the website I looked at said joystick.
Yeah, then it should work okay because the joysticks work identical between the two.
Yeah.
Scott Cooper says we need a new channel, Code On Challenge.
Don't
And
tempt me.
if all else fails, you can always just go to the Color Computer Archive and hit the Play Now button, and it works fine.
Yeah. Because that runs X-Raw, doesn't it?
Yep. Well, shall we do some snoozy newsy so that I can have lunch?
And sleep.
Okay.
Oh, that's not what he was doing already? Oh.
All right. Ready for news?
Yeah, I'll do the Game On news first because we're kind of on the news theme, our game news theme.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Cat, don't sit on the keyboard.
You're having cat problems on your keyboard too, huh? Okay, the first one I'm actually going to let Nick comment on here because he actually watched this before I did. But basically on the latest sibling, or I guess not quite the latest one now, but episode 169 is Sibling Rivalry from last week. They covered Pipes, written by a certain Nick Morendis from Australia. And this is one where AJ finally insisted on actually reading some of the directions first, since the last couple games they've been not had a clue what they're doing. But Nick, I was wondering what did you think of their review?
Well, I think I made a comical comment in the comments for the video. I said, "Oh yeah, the last video was a bit buffoony. This one, at least they read the manual a bit, and it was a lot more structured, and like they actually could play the game or most of it. And it overall the videos seemed like two people having fun. They actually did enjoy it. You can hear them, and getting excited about the game and everything. So it was a much better video than the previous one, if you ever saw that, the Gunstar, where they didn't know anything about what was going on. They never read the manuals. The joysticks were failing. The computer they were running it on crashed. And yeah, just as I said, it looked a bit buffoony, the whole show. But this one was much better. Then again, the show's not meant to be a critical review, so it's meant to be
it's meant to be fun.
So,
yeah, just kind of
yeah.
Two siblings slamming each other, while they're playing random games
Yeah,
from
it's meant
various
to be
platforms.
sibling rivalry. So
Now,
the
Nick-
And
rivalry
alcohol's involved, so you never know where it's going to go.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say,
right.
Nick.
So reading the manual makes no difference.
That's what I was going to say, Nick. You said they were enjoying themselves, but they may or may not have been drunk. So
Yeah. But this video was good.
Yeah, I thought it's a fairly good review of the game, and also just the funness of playing it. And they also got far enough in, you could see some of the later elements coming into play.
Yeah.
Because I think on when they did Gunstar, I think they never got off the first level because they didn't know what the power-ups did, and
they had technical issues with joysticks and stuff as well. So
yeah, she broke one, didn't she?
No, more than one, I think it was. But yeah, no, it was a bit. You could tell it was disorganized. But obviously, see, yeah, a bit of criticism makes people do better. Worked with Nitrous 9 and worked with this.
Oh no, on Nitrous 9 they just keep criticizing. That never ends.
Well, not Nitrous 9, EOU, I should say.
Well, that too. They just keep complaining.
I haven't seen the video yet, though. But does Mark B have any worries about being replaced as far as reading instructions go?
Well, they don't actually read it. They don't actually
Oh.
read it on the
Oh,
show.
okay.
But yeah.
They just read it ahead of time enough to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I have no worries at all. They're welcome to it.
Yeah, actually, next week I think we have to read 2 sets of instructions because we didn't cover Blitz.
Well, this is why we have interns.
Who's the current intern?
Wingnut.
Oh, okay. Wingnut, you better get your speaking voice ready because you'll be busy next week or next Thursday. Which also, Game on Challenge has shifted an hour or two as well as our main show as of next week for those who do not change time. Hey, it's a good review and they have fun as usual. So go check it out. They actually have a new one they did. I think it's an Atari game for this week that was just released yesterday too. So if you're just generally into retro gaming, it's a good channel to watch. Next up, Rengen Blue, which is a website dedicated to text adventure games, basically, or adventure games in general, I should say. And they're currently reviewing Keys of the Wizard, and they actually have 2 sections that they went on. They go into great detail, which is one of the things I like about their site, because I don't have time to play games as much as I used to, so I don't get into the details as much as they do here. Here they show the artwork for the Keys of the Wizard by Microdeal, sold in the UK for the Dragon. And I think they eventually get the Coco one. Here you can see they modified the palettes. Obviously, they're using a Coco 3 to get the white text on black. The original, of course, does the standard really, really dark green on light green. The standard Coco screen. One of the cool things about this one was that the game is actually in real time. So if you just sit there and you don't type anything, creatures and stuff move around. And you'll see on the top a couple lines here. It's got your condition and what level you're on instead of your score for treasures. The next 2 lines after that is basically the number of hit points that each of the creatures has, and then 3 character abbreviations. So you got the Cyclops and Dragon and etc. And they actually wander around at random while you're sitting there. So like I said, if you wait too long, they will eventually find you. But you can also run away from them in real time and try to like shake them off your tail too, which is one of the things I did like about this game, though it's not easy. I'll be the first to admit that one. One thing they noticed here, and noted, I should say, and I completely forgot about because I haven't played Keys and Wizard quite a long time, is that the descriptions change even if you're in the exact same room. If you go like west and come back into the room, the description will change. And that's a bit disconcerting. Now, it just changes the wording. So it's like each room has like maybe 4 or 5 alternate ways to say there's a path to the west. You might say a twisting path leads west, or, you know, over a pile of rocks, the path leads west, or something like that. It'll just keep changing the wording. And if you don't pay attention, like most adventure games, you get the exact same description each time in the same room. And in this case, it actually varies it just so it doesn't become so redundant, even though it's describing the same thing, just using different wording, which was kind of an innovation for the time. Though I think it probably didn't take off too well just because people kind of, it messed them up, you know, type thing. Like you go, well, that must be a different way. I've gone that way, obviously. I don't remember it saying that before, but actually it did, just in different wording.
I wonder if they just put a random word in that spot of the sentence.
No, it's like the whole sentence is different.
Oh. Okay.
The only thing that's the same is the direction.
I like it.
And
I think he
featuring
mentioned
Patrick as on the artwork too. Down a bit more. Hey.
Oh, before my beard whitened out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the colors wrong. But
Yeah, I don't wear the hat anymore either. But
I mean, that's first party starts making the map of the game because, like I said, they play games all the way through if they possibly can. And sometimes they help create the walkthroughs that you sometimes see on the web later. They've actually done some walkthroughs published from them for other CoCo adventure games earlier on. Anyway, that was one that got 11 responses. Then he followed up with part 2. And here he goes and finishes off some of the map here that he was missing on the first round through. And you can even see some of the weird stuff that a lot of text adventure games did where, you know, directions kind of work weird. Like if I'm in this hedge maze and I go east or south, it takes me to the exact same spot. And here they show like an example of actually killing one of the creatures, the Cyclops in this case here. Some more mapping stuff. The original ad from 80 Micro, May of 1982, when it was brand new.
That's not Patrick before the beard.
I think they were definitely thinking Conan here. That's giving me Conan vibes.
I was a lot buff back then. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a really good, thorough review. I think they're actually planning, because there's actually skill levels in Keys of the Wizard too. I think 3 different skill levels. So they're going to try to play one of the higher levels to see what the differences are. And honestly, I haven't played it so long, I don't remember. So I'm looking forward to reading their next part of the review. Next up to that, we have a Jim Gary entry, which is porting the game Plot Holes, originally written by Joe W. Rock. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. On the VIC-20, and it's from the September 1983 issue of Compute's Gazette magazine. He ported it to the MC-10.
The game about Milwaukee.
Well, that's, yeah, you could say for here too. Bit of instructions. Oops, that's a bit loud. So it kind of reminds me a little bit of like a Targ or Rally X style game, shrunk down, or Pac-Man kind of mixed with it. Anyways, another one for you MC-10ers to try out. Next after that, we have the Amigos Return to the CoCo Show, which is being recorded roughly about once every 6 weeks now. And Brett and Aaron played Paul and Tim Thayer one, which I don't think we did on the challenge, but I know we've covered when it got released, called Get Me Out of Here. And this is basically, for those of you that have done this in the real life equivalent, is an escape room type game where you basically... you have a bunch of people, you know, locked in a room and with all these little clues and stuff lying around, they have to kind of work together to figure out how to solve it. Now, of course, speaking of the computer game, you generally are doing this on your own, though Brent, who actually won the game, Aaron did not, actually was consulting with some of the other people on the Amigos Discord trying to figure out how to get past certain puzzles or interpret certain puzzles. And he actually had some of his old friends too, locally, that helped him out with it too. So he actually got the escape room experience, and he's actually done real escape rooms before too. Because usually you get like a dinner thing and you pay for dinner and then you do the escape room thing. Aaron's never done it in real life. I've never done one of these in real life. I was kind of curious, has anybody here on the panel or in the chat actually played a real escape room where you pay some money to go do one of these things and try to figure it out?
I have.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, what was your guys' experience with it, like, for the real thing?
Well, we eventually got out.
Yeah, I'd always be scared that you're just going to abandon me till I starve to death, so.
The one I did in
it's
Idaho.
a nice, colorful game, but the graphics are what I would call.
Sorry, go ahead.
The one I did in Idaho, it was designed for like 6 or 8 people. It was just me and my wife, but we actually did pretty good. There was a really cool one. One of the things was a gangster one, Chicago. I'd Malone, I think. Anyway, you find this. There's a code book in the desk that has Morse code, and it turns out you set the radio to a certain frequency, and then there's a coded message in Morse code.
Oh, okay.
So,
and Mark, how about your Mark B? How about yours?
Yeah, did it with family we were visiting at the time. Yeah, and some of the clues actually took 2 people because like one person on one side of the room had to do something simultaneously. Someone on the other side of the room had to do something else.
Yeah.
To
definitely group effort.
Yeah. Clues were like under the rug, in the desk, odd places.
There's a key
like
under
that.
a table. One.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's similar to this here because you got to like move the pillows on the couch, and you have to go into the drawer, and you have to figure out the combination on the thing. And by the way, one of the authors just popped in the chat. Hi, Paul. Anyway, I think Aaron kind of liked it. Like, this is not my style of game I would normally play, even in the real life one. So when they read my review, I wasn't absolutely glowing on it. I think it's a really good version of the style of a game. It's just not a type of game that I would normally play. But Brent loved it. He just had a blast with it, and he said you had brought back the doing the real ones because he was consulting with friends, kind of in real time to try to figure out a couple of things that he got stuck on during the game, and eventually they figured it out as a group, which is exactly how I understand the real ones work. And the 2 Marks have basically verified that as well. And then, of course, there's the Afroman tribute in this one.
If you like puzzle solving, it's really cool. And then, they have various types of things you have to do.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just like, I think I mentioned in my comments, if I wanted to fry my brain trying to solve puzzles, I'll just write something in assembly language and try to debug it.
Fix your own code if you can do that.
In fact, I'll be doing that later with Boris the Bold, apparently. So there's my escape room. Fix it so it runs on the 609. Anyway, you can check out the full review on their YouTube channel. It'll be on Twitch for a while too. One thing I want to mention, if you want to watch them live, they record the show on Sundays now later in the afternoon just because of real life stuff that's changed schedules for them. The Coco show is about once every 6 weeks. It's alternating with ARG Presents and the Spectrum show and the Atari ST show and some others. So you'll see it pop every once in a while. They do announce quite far ahead of time. I can announce right now the next show, which will be in, is it late April or something? Can't remember the exact date. But the next game is actually going to be Gunstar. And because Aaron was actually one of the beta testers on the original Gunstar from Nick, I think they have read the manuals, so you should get a pretty extravagant review. In fact, Brent's a good enough game player. I think he'll make it all the way through. If I remember, Nick can correct me if I'm wrong, but when Aaron kind of did a live review of it, like not an official show, but you know, kind of just played it on a Friday night after receiving a copy of it, I think he only got to the asteroid section, or did he get past that?
I can't remember now. Yeah, probably the asteroids, which is only level 2.
Yeah. It's not an easy game. That's but once you get through it, then you kind of figure out how to do things properly. That's not too bad.
For most of us nowadays, most games are not easy.
Yeah, getting old and our reflexes suck. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah.
Anyway, definitely go check it out. It's a good review, Brent. There's spoilers. I will mention that, and they even tell you, like, if you have not played the game and you don't want to learn the secrets ahead of time, you know, stop listening now, type thing, and then you can go back and figure it out afterwards. I think one of the funniest things I remember them talking about, particularly with Brent, is that there's some of the puzzles there's multiple ways to arrive to the solution. I think even Paul mentioned that there was one that he hadn't thought of, that they actually came across, or it wasn't the way he expected most people to be able to solve it type thing. So, yeah, it's an interesting concept, the whole escape room thing. Like I said, I've heard of them. I just have never attended one, so I don't really know how they work. But it was kind of cool that some of you guys have. Next up, Chronological Gaming covered a couple of games for the Coco and the Dragon this past week as he continues on with the leftovers from November of 1982. Currently, he's doing an alphabetical list of the ones they don't have specific dates for. They're up in the S's at this point, and then he's going to do a catch-up because some people have submitted a few games that were missed entirely. So the ones he covered this past week, the first one you can see here is actually Blabby Computer Games with Boris the Bold. This is one of their earlier ones when they were kind of like more of the low-rent games. They definitely got better as they improved. This is a 2-pack with Space Trek and Reverse Eye, which is basically Othello, and Space Trek is Star Trek, so they don't get sued. And you can tell like it's pretty primitive packaging. These are both basic games. They're not extravagant. They're okay for a basic game, but nothing extravagant. Early Blabby Computer Games, from what I remember, were pretty well all basic or extended basic, and then later on they started getting machine language programs and getting their games definitely back up a lot easier. So I'll just give you a quick little screenshot of a couple of these. You can see what it looks like. There's Reversey. And you'll notice no joystick or keyboard arrow key control. You have to actually punch in the kind of like the old style chess, chess computers did, where you had to punch in A1, if that's the particular square you wanted to do. Definitely there's been improvements to the human interface on these since. And then we've got Space Trek, which is kind of a Star Trek. And it's basically laid out like a lot of the ones in the Coco where we have your short range scan here. One nice thing about it, though, is that it actually has some of the things here are actually arrow selectable, so you can actually highlight the particular section of what command you want to do without having to like memorize a bazillion different commands, or memorizing what number matches a command type thing, like a lot of them did. So it's got a few little innovations here that actually made it better than some of the poor Star Trek clones that were out at the time, but not top end. And after that, he covered a thing called Squeeze by Real Software Company. Now, Real Software Company was one of the ones that didn't advertise for too long. I think they only advertised in 80 Micro. I don't think they even made it to Rainbow, and their games were pretty bad. They're pretty well written in BASIC, but a lot of them are like random number guessing games, just gussied up with graphics and a theme. And basically, the gameplay was just, guess numbers. And it was pretty boring. This game, Squeeze, actually was their attempt at doing an actual arcade game, and actually it wasn't too bad. It was definitely better than the other stuff that they offered. It was just a bit slow, which he points out in his review here, but it actually is an arcade game. And I can't remember if this game came with a double speed poke built in. But if it didn't, you definitely add it, and then the game would become somewhat better. And I'm sure if somebody went in and optimized it for some of the tricks we know about programming extended basic now, especially graphic stuff, you might be able to improve it some more. But I'll play a little bit because it's probably one most people have never seen.
Squeeze it in there.
That's the draw statement.
Got a title to get us going.
Scaling.
Curtis is already spoiling it. Prepare to be underwhelmed. Do you need instructions? Yeah. Aliens are attacking from both sides. You have to fight off the best you can. If you kill 100 of them,
skip the
before they reach
directions.
center,
Nobody
you
reads
won
those
the
anyway,
game.
right, Nick?
No.
Hourglasses, but the aliens don't get to the middle where you are. Oh man, this is.
Basically, you're the ship in the middle, and all the
I'm gonna push up.
cyan-colored things are the enemies. So you have to move yourself up and down, then fire to either
That's how long it
side.
takes. Well, at
And they
least
get
that's how
faster and faster as they start coming towards you. So once you get hit, you die.
Shooter. This is the 385th fixed shooter we've seen thus far on Chronologically Gaming, and the 221st.
I mean, the concept's not bad. It definitely could be faster, though. And that's... Real Software just generally didn't do the best programs. I think that's why they only advertised for a few months before they disappeared. But this is one where he started, whoever ran Real Software, I have no idea who that was, who the author was of any of these games, but this is one where he actually had a decent game. It just wasn't quite quick enough to make it much of a challenge. Next up, Pere Serrat's been busy this week getting some more games ported. So the first one here is pack number 10 of the AGD converted games. So this is the ones that are meant for the Super Sprite FM Plus board to use the enhanced graphics capabilities and enhanced sound capabilities. So he's backported 4 of the games from the AGD engine. That's the game engine that was designed for the Spectrum originally. And he's, of course, ported a bunch of those games over to the Coco and Dragon, which run in black and white P-Mode 4 graphics. So you get to lose the color, but the gameplay is basically the same. These are the ones that are enhanced with color. So the 4 games in this pack you can download are Funky Fungus Reloaded World 1, Kid Cadet, Sophia 2 Part 1, and Zucanox. And he put up a nice bunch of screenshots. So if you want to get these, I should mention, these will work on a Coco or Dragon as long as you have the Super Sprite FM Plus board by John Whitworth. And I know he had just put some of the boards up for sale as kits that you could put together. I think 7 of them. They're already all sold out by this day today. So I don't know if he's planning manufacturing anymore or if he's going to pass it on to somebody else to start manufacturing, because it would be nice to get more of these out here, because there's definitely some import now. I mean, with 10 of these game packs, there's like 40 games already available that will take advantage of it. And like this is Coco 1 and 2 level machine we're running here with the Dragon 3264.
I think the limitation on those for doing more is that the big chip there. What is that? The 9951 or something like that.
Is that a graphics chip or sound chip?
No, the Yamaha chip on the Sprite. I think that's the difficulty, is acquiring those. But
they're no longer made or something, or?
Yeah, I can't remember. It's a not a very common chip, I don't believe. I think that's the hard thing, is getting a stock of those. But I thought he had made a comment somewhere that someone was looking at trying to what's the right word? An FPGA or something like that, a small.
Well, yeah, basically duplicate the chip as opposed to trying to source the original.
Yep. So I think
that'd be awesome. I mean, that's what the Gimme X does for the Gimme, right? We have the same problem.
Right.
He could do the whole cartridge in the FPGA.
Yeah, you could. But if you got a decent sized FPGA, you could duplicate the sound chip and the graphics sprite chip.
Everything.
Yeah, that's true. So here's Funky Fungus Reloaded with some pretty nice, colored graphics. Here's the Kid Cadet, and of course, most of these are platforms because that's what the AGD engine is basically designed to do. There's Sophia 2 with a nice title screen. Good presentation on the scoring and stuff on the side. Zucanox, and once again, a nice title screen. And some of the levels. So if you go to the worldofdragon.org, go into their forums, these are available in the upload section. And you can grab those if you have a Super Sprite FM Plus for the Dragon or the Coco. And then for those of us that do not have a Super Sprite FM Plus, he actually released pack number 64 for the regular AGD conversion games. So there's 4 more games now. These are much more recent, from 2022 to 2024. Includes the 8-Bit Wars, Bubble Bobble. So for those of you who want to play Bubble Bobble, I don't think we ever had an official port of that, or an unofficial port of that for that matter. So there is one using the AGD engine. Escape from Alien's Maze, and Frankie Lost His Body, and that's referring to Frankenstein. Just so people, kind of understand what that's about. And this has Coco and Dragon versions as well. And there's zips for both long file names and short file names. So you can play them in emulators with the long file name, and you can play the short 8.3 ones on the actual hardware, the Coco SDC, etc. So these will be black and white, but basically it's the same as the original Spectrum games. So here's the title screen, for example, for the 8-Bit Wars. And then some actual game screens there. And there's Bubble Bobble, which actually got pretty close to the original graphics, I think, there. And there's some of the levels. There's the Escape Maze game there. Escape from the Alien's Maze. Graphics are a bit simpler on this one, I think, but. And here's Frankie Lost His Body. Now, this one probably had a lot of that color attribute thing for each 8x8 square that the Spectrum used. So we probably lost a lot of that in the conversion to straight P-Mode 4. But the actual game itself, aside from color, actually looks pretty good. And it looks like a nice Halloween themed game. So there, Ken, if you want another Halloween themed game for next year, that's another possibility. Maybe write that down. With pumpkins and bones for those of you who are listening on audio. And that's also available on the World of Dragon Archive forums that you can just go grab and download for the Coco or the Dragon. Next up, I've actually should have covered this the last few weeks and just kept forgetting to put it in because it's only on Discord, and I sometimes read stuff on Discord early in the week, and by the time the end of the week happens, I've completely forgotten about it because I'm old. But basically, this is I'm now one of you regular Discorders here might be able to tell me who this is, but he calls himself PW32X. I'd like to give him actual proper credit, but I can't remember what the guy's real name is. Does anybody here remember? But he's been porting Downland basically to run on a PC in C, but based on the actual real disassembled source code for the assembly version of Downland from the cartridge. So he's been learning all the tricks of how the compression of the level graphics and stuff was done, and how every part of the game works, and he's getting it pretty close. He's basically got most of the mechanics and everything else working, and he's at the point now he's just basically got to add the sound in, and he's going to cheat a little bit, just use samples just to make it easier. Does anybody remember who PW32X is, though, on the Coco Discord?
Unfortunately, no.
No, but it'll be interesting to see if my downland speedrunning tips will work on this version.
Yeah,
like
it should, because he's basing it on, like all the programming he's been doing in C, and it's already larger than the original cartridges, because of course C doesn't compile as fast or down as small as assembly language does. But he's actually, I'll play a little bit. So he's got chamber 4. He actually plays a little bit of the game here, and he's using the pure artifacting equivalent here, so it's treating it as a straight 4-color mode with all the little subtleties. So it's going to look a bit blocky compared to what you're probably used to on an RF-based TV or an emulator that emulates the the extended colors of artifacting. But the gameplay, you can tell, is pretty darn close. No sound yet, as I mentioned.
Curtis, so PW_32X on 25 August 2022 said, "Hello, I'm Sean from Canada. Been
I
working as
wonder where in
programmer in
Canada.
the gaming industry for over 20 years.
So you know him personally, right?
You guys keep forgetting Canada's bigger than the States.
He is in Montreal, Laval.
Oh, so he's by Frederick. They should go together and go to VCF Montreal in January.
Splat.
Luckily, the welcome channel works good. Search for the user and then find the welcome message.
Cool.
Okay.
He was mentioning actually when you complete all 10 chambers, which very few of us have done. I know Paul Thayer in the chat has. He was explaining like level 2, basically they bring the drops closer to the human player so that you have to like stick out to the side to dodge them out when you're on a rope versus they fall beside you. But he was mentioning, I think in the Discord on level 3 or 4, there's something else that happens to make it even more difficult. And he says, I'm probably the only person who's ever seen this, because who plays Downland through multiple runs of all 10 screens in the same game
was talking
without
about
restarting.
the dripping of the acid or something. It shifts a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So it
also
sounds like there's some
beatbox.
subtleties if you're really, really good at Downland you might have seen, but I've never seen those. I don't know if
Right, and
Paul's gotten through that many times either.
There are places where you have to jump to the wall and immediately jump back because you can't stop on the wall, but you can jump back from it. So,
Yeah. Like to get certain shapes that are on.
and to
hovering
get
over the wall.
around, like the drops are so close that you can't even hang off of the rope. So you have to jump off the rope and then land back on the rope, but there's no place to jump to
Yeah.
unless you just hit the wall. and
Especially if you
jump
get drops
back
on
right
both
away.
sides near the same time. Because if you have it dropping on one side, you can reach off and like hold on to the rope with one hand, basically, and dodge the one on the one side. But if you're getting drops on both sides, like you're screwed. So that wall trick definitely would work where you can actually get it, by while the drop's going. This is one of the classic Coco games to me. This is one of the ones that's original. I mean, yeah, it has somebody that looks kind of like Mario. Though Michael Eichmeyer has told me during an email interview 20 some odd years ago that he had never planned on it looking like anybody. But this is a classic, like, Dungeons of Daggerath or something, where it's a unique Coco title that's popular amongst non-Coco people as being a great game. So I'm glad he's doing this conversion here for the more modern machines. Now, I can't remember if anybody here has been keeping up. Is he planning on this being multi-platform? Is it going to be strictly Windows or Linux or something? I don't know where he's exactly going with the C version. Which I haven't had a chance to monitor it too closely. When he gets it actually ready to release, so we'll have to see if we can get him on the show to talk about it.
You can see it should be pretty portable. Okay.
Yeah. Next up, we kind of mentioned this last week. So this is Erico Monteiro on his FUED YouTube channel. So he's actually working with UG Basic, Microgames Basic here, which is a multi-platform 8-bit destination for a whole bunch of different machines, including the Cocos and Dragons. And it's basically a modern BASIC that you compile down to assembly, basically. So you get really nice speed improvements over what, straight BASIC would do, plus a whole bunch of extra commands for doing stuff like sprites, background sound, and a bunch of other things. And one of the things that Erico was updated since last week when we actually showed the gameplay of this game he's working on, he's actually got a little bit of background music. It's very simple. And the reason it's very simple is not a limitation of the compiler or Erico. It's because this is being entered into the basic 10-liner contest. So this entire program has to fit in 10 lines of no more than 255 characters in the microgames basic language. And basically that's the entire game, which is multi-levels. So I'm going to play the whole thing here because it's only a minute, but it actually will show you some of the sound effects that have been added. And once again, they're simple because that's to fit in 10 lines. And you've got these little maps and stuff too, and the actual gameplay. And then also the kind of repeating musical tone pattern that's running in the background to do kind of a background music. And you got to remember, this is like Coco 1 and 2. This is not Coco 3. So. Even got some percussion. And for those who didn't see it last week, the goal is to try to collect those purple magenta treasures before the tide rises up and kills you or takes the treasures away. So a perfect game, you try to get them all, but sometimes you just can't. Like you notice there, you didn't get there in time. And you have to get to the top of the highest level on the screen so you don't get flooded out when the tide rises. And once again, this game is in 10 lines of microgames basic code. That's all there is. There you go. So that is the game. Now last time I saw him commenting, he added the sound code in. He managed to keep it still without adding any more lines of code, but he's a little bit over right now. Last I heard, he's at 11 lines. He has to crunch it down to 10, which he figures he can do. I don't know if he's actually finished that because I haven't had a chance to check the last day or two, but that's pretty amazing for a 10-line game. So that shows you some of the power of microgames basic, and we'll have an update on that on the regular news too, actually. But yeah, definitely going to check it out. He's been posting a ton of updates on this particular project, as well as some other stuff that he and some others are working on in Microgames Basic. So if you're on the Coco Discord, there's a separate channel under the programming section for UG Basic, which is Microgames Basic. The author of Microgames Basic itself, an Italian, Marco Spedaletti, I believe his name is actually very active on there and has been doing a lot of stuff for the Coco and the Dragons. And of course, this works on Ataris and C64s and a bunch of other retro machines as well. So, and you can write the target once and actually port it to all the different machines if you're using, some of the commands that are fairly common. And it's got software sprite routines and stuff like that too. So you can actually do quite a lot with it. It's definitely gaming oriented. So definitely check it out. But well, like I said, we'll cover a bit more of that on the news too. Next up, that Expert Tech returns. This is, I can't remember if he's Portuguese or Spanish speaking, but basically he's got a real Coco 2 with real disk drives and real joysticks and a real Amber monitor. And he reviews playing games with an Amber monitor. So on some of the games that actually doesn't work too bad. The game looks pretty good. This is not one of them for me. Trapfall, it works okay when you're on the ground level because you got the trees in the background, the ground, pits that you can fall into and other things that have good contrast, even on a monochrome Amber monitor type thing. But the underground portion where you're running around underneath the surface of the earth and you've got brick walls and stuff here, that all kind of blends together and it's kind of hard to see what you're doing, which I'll let you see what that actually looks like here. I'll turn closed captioning on.
Imitando Radio Shack Color Computer 2.
Let's forward a bit here. So you see, the ground under the ladder, you can't even tell because the red and the blue almost look identical on monochrome. And I will mention he's playing the version 1.1. So if you've not played Trapfall, which in case you can't tell is a clone of Activision's Pitfall, programmed by Ken Kalish, sold by Tom Mix, and I can't remember who sold him the Dragon, but it was sold there too. In fact, I think it was called Cuthbert in the Jungle there, because of course it had to. But version 1.0 actually has a bit of a bug. If you jump off the swinging vine and you land at just the wrong place when you come off the vine, your character will actually drop about half of a character height below where he's supposed to. And then you can't get past certain screens because basically you're in the wrong spot. and the program gets confused. Version 1.1 update fixes that, and the splash screen will show you version 1.1. So if you are planning on playing this at home, make sure you have the version 1.1 because it's pretty frustrating with the version 1.0 with that bug. Next up, now I was mentioning earlier that there was a dragon game I don't remember seeing before, and this is it. So it's called Star Defense. And this is from the YouTube channel Attempts, a gaming channel by LRU. And this is where he tries to do high scores to submit to some of the official sites that actually keep track of high scores for a wide variety of retro systems, including the Dragon and the Coco. And we've covered some of his stuff before, but this is a game I actually had not played before, and I don't think I've even seen before. And it's kind of loosely based on Defender with a few differences. And Ken, I don't know if you've seen this one before, or if anybody in the chat has played before, like some of the Europeans might have played it, but I'll play you a little bit of this one because it's a interesting take on Defender. The first thing you notice is no radar. I don't think there's smart bombs, or maybe there is, I'm not sure. But they did a few things different, like there's no radar. There's not a ton of different alien shapes. The mountains are filled in. They're not just an outline like even the arcade game was. That's a little bit different. You'll see the explosions here actually have a pretty decent animation of the explosion. So he's actually done some decent graphics on this, especially considering this is just P mode 1.
That's a nice look to it. Reminds me of the Vipers from Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, and even the sound's not horrible. He's got a bit of the Defender background sound like when you end the game and start a new one. So is this one you've seen before, Ken, or anybody else in the panel? Or Nick, or anybody?
No, never seen this one before.
No, I haven't either.
It looks better than a lot of the other ones that came out.
I mean, it's missing some of the key elements. There's no humans to pick up. It's missing the radar and stuff, so it's not technically a complete Defender clone, just based on it. But gameplay-wise, I'll have to actually try the controls and stuff, but the graphic animations and stuff are actually quite good.
What was the title again?
Star Defense.
Yeah, so he didn't actually call it Defender, so he didn't have to have those other things.
Oh, there you go. Anyway, yeah, this is one I don't have it on my site because I don't think I've ever seen it before. So I'm gonna have to see if that's on the World of Dragon archive. They got so many games there that I have to get into that and make sure they work on the Coco eventually. Apparently, I should have checked out Boris the Bold a bit closer with the 609, but
I wonder what the file name is.
I had no idea. Like I said, I never played this one before, so this is a brand new one to me. And I like these little discoveries. Like there's some Coco software that are not on the archive and Dragon archive or the Coco archive that you can see advertised in Rainbow, and some of them actually sound pretty good. So I like coming across these little hidden gems where, oh, I've never seen that before. Like it's like a brand new game, and we didn't have to wait for Nick to write it, so that's even better.
Okay.
Hint, hint, pinball. He's gonna kill me for this.
Yes, it's on the Dragon archive.
Cool. So
what
definitely
is the file name?
I don't know if that would tell you, would it? It's probably a zip file. And we'll have to see, like, does it need patching to run the Coco and etc.
It's just game.cas. So somebody just didn't they didn't name it the name of the game. They just called it game.cas.
Oh, 60's saying, another DK Pridmore. Never played this one, I don't think. And he says another Blabby game, seemingly. Is that what you're saying too, Brian? It was under the Blabby?
Let's see. No, let's see here. No, not seeing that.
So it doesn't say who the publisher was?
Nope, doesn't say that. No, not that I'm seeing here. Sorry.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to check this one out. It actually looks like it might be fun. I have no idea if the controls are any good or anything, but just graphically and on audibly, it actually looks pretty good. Next up, this is sort of Coco related, not directly. So this is Calixto Island, and you can see the cover here. So Calixto Island started out as a Mark Data Products game that was actually on some 6809 and 6800 maybe, or was it just 6809 base machines pre-Coco by Mark Data Products. And then they ported it to the Coco, and they did that with Black Sanctum as well. And then a couple years later, a couple other authors got permission from the original author, the person that ran Mark Data Products, to redo it with graphics. And that's ones I think most people are familiar with, the 32K extended or 32K ones that actually could run with full animated graphics, kind of like Sands of Egypt. Well, in 1984, the two authors that did that, Stephen Odia and Bob Withers, actually ported it to the IBM PC. And they did it with CGA graphics. Now, CGA, for those of you know, has a color palette almost as bad as our pastel one. And that's what they chose to do this in. And this guy actually did a speed run on the DOS version of the game. So he completed the entire game in 4 minutes and 27 seconds.
Wow.
Now he says WR world record. I'm assuming that means. I don't know if that's been officially sanctioned by anybody, but that's pretty darn quick to get through it. So for those of you who've never seen the DOS versions, and these are legally freely available. The authors actually released these freeware a number of years ago, and the Coco versions as well, for that matter. So don't feel guilty if you download these and play them. But you can see that wonderful palette of CJ.
Hey, Moon Crew, what's going on? You know, back in 1981, Ron Krebs.
I mean, it goes through the bit of the history there, so I'll just fast forward. But you can see the graphics are based on the Coco ones pretty well verbatim. In fact, you'll see on the sides there's white space, even though the text goes fully, because this is a 320 wide screen mode of CJ, but the graphics are still the original 256 pixel wide from the original Coco versions. So basically just remapped to the CJ color palette. Now this is a good one. This is actually one of my favorites. I actually solved this one back when it was still a text only game.
I wonder.
Apparently, he's a pretty good typist. Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if he's using something that does all the typing for him. So he has a script that reads a text file. And
he says no. He said he actually went through it by hand because that's the whole point of the speed run. You can't cheat.
He's typing very fast there.
Yeah. Well, some people can do that. I'm not one of them. Well, no, that's not true. I can type that fast easily, just, getting it accurate where I don't have to backspace and repeat all the time. That's my problem.
That's what I mean. He's got no errors so far.
Yeah, and who knows? He might have done this multiple times to get this world record.
So for those of us who are doing any type of programming, as far as in BASIC, how quickly could we type the word print, for instance? My father often said,
right.
Yeah, my
I can do it
father
instantly. Just put a question mark.
Well, no, see, that was the argument that I had with my father. He's like, you hold down shift and you press that button for the question mark. And I said, believe it or not, I can drop my fingers on print faster than I can on a shift question mark. And I was saying that at the age of 11. So, and with some level of accuracy. So I'm thinking like if he's had a lot of practice at that, then he's not typing.
Plus you pull off all the keycaps that don't directly relate to something you have to type, so you can never mistype those letters.
You can do that too.
Yeah, that wouldn't work in this case because you pretty well need all the alphabetic characters. So, but I do know, like when I took typing class for 4 years, they told you one of the secrets of becoming a good typist is to type at a consistent speed. They don't want you flaming out at 80 characters per second, down to 20, up to 40, down to 30, because you're reaching for extra keys. They drill it into your head. You have to try to get this so you're doing equal spacing. And I think I got up to like 60 at the time, where I could keep it pretty accurate. I did worse on extended characters like the shift numerics and stuff for symbols and stuff, but it did help. And of course, I've probably forgotten all of that since. But
I think you're right though that my 3 fingers of each hand style pretty much, I can type print really fast. But if I had to type a slightly related word, no chance.
Right.
Yeah.
That I know that combination, that muscle memory will go.
Exactly.
Yep. Which is what Bill Noble does because he types with 4 fingers, the index and middle finger of each hand when I watch him, but he's fast at it. That's how he programs.
All right.
Anyway, if any of you want to play the DOS version of Calixto Island and you want to see if you can do it faster than 4 minutes and 27 seconds to win the whole game, There you go. There's your barrier to entry to get the world record. Next up, a channel called The Mansta Gaming. And this is normally a Twitch live stream. I didn't discover it until I saw it on YouTube, because he basically duplicates the files over there, kind of like we do. Because Twitch only keeps stuff around for, I think, 30 days or something, and then it disappears and never to be seen again. But he actually did a two-parter here playing Zaxxon. And he got pretty good. You can see his top score here on this shot here is 63,400. So he's actually doing pretty good. And he goes through a bit of his history. He actually started with a Coco 1 or 2 around the 82, 83 mark when he was young, and remembers playing a lot of these games. So he did a few Coco related things. He did a two-parter playing Zaxxon, which I won't play because we've seen Zaxxon a bazillion times. But another one he did was Identikit. And now, if I remember, this was a magazine thing, and it's kind of like Facemaker by, was it Spinnaker did Facemaker? That was a cross-platform thing. But basically, you build faces. So you get, here's 5 different types of eyes. You pick one, and then you have 4 different types of noses, and you pick that. And you can see here, if you're watching the video, there's a picture of him here on the bottom left. So he's got glasses, he's got a mustache, and a pretty bushy beard, which he actually did shave off not too long after he recorded this. If you go to his channel, you'll see that he's completely clean shaven now, and he looks totally different. But he said he used to play this Identikit as a kid quite a bit, and it's an extended basic one. I think it was in Hot Cocoa, if I remember. Can't remember for sure, though.
So at the end of this game, does it print you out a driver's license?
I'm sure it could.
You can make faces.
Now, I will mention it's by R&D Del Burgo. Now, these are 2 people not too far from Nick. These are, I can't remember if this is a father, son, or 2 brothers. From Tasmania.
Father, son, I thought. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, father, son. They published stuff in the Australian Rainbow, the North American Rainbow. Like, they did a lot of stuff. They published some machine language games that were sold commercially. So they actually got around quite a bit in the 80s. I don't know what's happened to them. I've tried looking for them since, and I haven't been able to find them so far. Because I know there's some stuff they advertised that have been lost over the years. In fact, did they have a basic compiler or something, Nick, we were trying to find at one point?
Yeah, one that allows you to do assembly language as well as in basic.
Yeah, like inline into the basic code. You can just drop it, stick it on assembly and do a routine right back to basic again.
Yeah.
Which I don't think any of the other Coco 1 2 compilers did.
No. I don't think.
So here it tells you, like, you go through all these different sections here and you get multiple selections of each. And he said he had a lot of fun doing this as a kid. So there's, selecting a hair, for example, and you can scale it. And he decides to draw himself. So I'm going to drag it off to the end here and show you. And you tell me from looking at his little picture here, hope you can see it okay in the lower right left corner, and see how you think he did. I mean, this could be Rick, 20 years ago, before he went gray. I remember Facemaker by Spinnaker was kind of like this too, and I do remember fiddling with that one. I don't think I ever played with Identikit, but it's surprising that you can actually get a caricature here of somebody that's actually semi-recognizable with, just some extended basic with some scaled graphics for these different things. Like, there's usually between 3 to 5 choices for each part, like the face, whether you have glasses, your eyes, the way the facial hair is done, the way the main hair is done, maybe the ears, etc., and you actually come up with something that doesn't look too far off.
Looks like his mustache has glasses, though.
I think it's supposed to be his lips, if I remember, though.
Yeah.
It all makes sense. And it's
Can I
even
make
a little
modern faces, like with piercings or facial tattoos.
Yeah. I don't think facial tattoos were too popular back in the 80s when this was written.
Now, it's interesting. It's not completely symmetrical, so the nose is a little lopsided. Did he do that, or did the program just say
that? Might have been the scale command and the draw command, actually, because it's an algorithmic scaling.
Because it actually looks better that it's not just mirrored.
Yeah. Well, if you saw earlier when I was kind of dragging through before, he actually drew in where you scaled up the thing and then it scaled it up so much the paint command leaked out and went all over the place.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
I think he actually restarted it.
The result is good, though.
Yeah, like here, he's going to go paint the hair in, right?
2 sizes.
He resized it.
Oh, yeah.
Too big.
Too small. Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
And then it went in the wrong spot to paint.
Whoa, why is Why did it do that? Why is it making the whole screen black? I think this is correct.
Nuked.
Yes, we beat Sea Dragon. I don't know what.
Yeah, so that was pretty interesting, I thought. But yeah, I did a surprisingly good job. Maybe we'll have to do that at a show or something, or have a special sometime where people just run the program and see if they can do self-portraits or portraits of each other, maybe even.
Oh, right.
And then have a prize for whoever did the best job.
Who made the bestest boil?
The other one he did, and this was an 1.75 hour stream where he's playing Sea Dragon, one of my favorites from back in the day. And he'd never beaten it as a kid. He actually did manage to beat it here without cheating. He did pick one of the easier skill levels, but not the easiest either. Now, unfortunately, if you've played Sea Dragon, has the option of turning music on or off during the actual gameplay, which means every time you lose a man about to restart to play a little bit of the Popeye the Sailor Man theme. And that does grow a little bit irritating, even though it doesn't do it very long. So he kind of shut the music off. Unfortunately, that means he missed the cutscene when you blow up the reactor at the end, which he does manage to do here. He gets to see the whole screen shake, and then the atomic reactor explodes. You're making this big cave entrance on the right-hand side. But if you have the music turned on, this little sub with a flag, comes up and goes through the cavern and gives you a big congratulations, playing music the whole time, multi-voice music. With the music shut off, it just blows the hole up, and then you're back to the beginning again. So I actually left him a message that you'll have to try that again,
man,
with the music on, so you can see the full cutscene. Has anybody here besides myself ever won Sea Dragon through a level to see that cutscene? Surely somebody must have. Chat, maybe? Because we played Sea Dragon on the challenge quite a while ago. Pretty sure some people did it. Anyway, he's got a lot of Coco history here, and he's been playing around with a lot of these here. So I definitely want to keep an eye out on his Twitch channel, which I'll have to subscribe to and see what other Coco games he would decide to try. Next up, J.O. Pappas. I'm not sure where he's from, but he played a couple of Coco Basic games and did some videos on here. So one of them is actually one of Aardvark's better extended basic games, which is a clone of the arcade game Space App. Now, Aardvark was more famous for the Dave Edson stuff, where they did stuff like Venturer or a Caterpillar, or they did a Tutankhamun clone and a bunch of other things. They had a fair bit of machine language games. They also did stuff for the OSI, the TI-99 4A, the VIC-20, the Commodore 64 and stuff later. Baggett Man's another famous one. But earlier on, they did some basic games, and this is one of them called Space Zapper. And it's actually not bad for a Space App style game, written entirely in BASIC. And for those of you who have never played Space App, you're the base in the middle, and you move your gun turret between the 4 positions, up, down, left, right. And you have to shoot and kill the aliens that are coming, or they don't come at you per se, but they pop onto the screen, then fire at you. And later on in the game, they'll start firing multiple shots and faster shots, and more of them will come on the screen at once. So then you have to really start, blasting around, moving the cursor. And sometimes you have to shoot a shot and then go to block another shot before you get hit, without blowing up the ship yet. And it might fire again or it might disappear. And you also have sort of an intermission thing where sort of a Darth Vader ship goes circling around the base, and you have to shoot it within a certain number of rotations. There it is. Anyway, it does pick up, and it's not bad for an extended basic game. And here you got blown up. I think that's an explosion routine we all did in extended basic back in the day.
Circle.
And then finally you get to see your score, because it's actually not on the screen to slow things down. So it just keeps track of your score. And then when you finish, it goes back to a text screen and tells you what your score was. But yeah, not a bad game. This is one of my better favorite extended basic games that Aardvark did. The other one would probably be their golf. I really like their golf game. Now, he wasn't as impressed with this one. This is one that Tim and AJ actually covered recently, where they're trying to find 2-player games that are simultaneous 2 players rather than taking turns. And this is called Shuttle. And this is also by Aardvark, another extended basic game. It's a bit too slow, but it's a 2-person simultaneous lunar lander game. I think here he plays the 1-player version, but Tim and AJ actually play the 2-player version. So you're both trying to land, and like any lunar lander, you got to keep track of your fuel and your acceleration. It's pretty fussy as to how gently you have to land for it to work properly. But with two players doing it simultaneously, when you're watching one person run out of fuel and suddenly plummets to the ground at full throttle, it's actually more fun that way. But it's slow, and part of the slowness is the guy who programmed it tried to put in some fancy stuff, and I don't know how well it's going to show up in the stream here. But you got volcanoes on the left and right side around the launch pad, and it's actually shooting up little lots of lava, like they're erupting. Because they're single pixels, I'm not sure how well they show up here. So he threw in some time to draw these, and actually the game itself probably would have played better if he hadn't. Just leave the mountains there as decoration, but don't animate them.
All right, what's the thing across the top doing?
I don't know if he picked two players, and it's just the dead reading of the joystick. For the second player is just saying it's going right, and that's all it's doing.
Okay, yeah, I could have used.
I can't remember honestly. I haven't played it in a while myself, but if you want to check it out, like with people that actually played it for about half an hour, Tim and AJ did cover it not too long ago on the Sibling Rivalry channel.
Cool.
Next up, I was hoping David Ladd would be on here to see this because Non-Maskable Interrupt on YouTube did a YouTube short playing Predator, which is, of course, David Ladd's favorite game of all time. And he plays these on a real Coco 3 with a real CM8 with a real door. And he plays all of his games on this system. So sometimes he plays Coco 1 2 games, and he did play Megabug is another one. I won't play any clip from that one, but it shows up in black and white because it's RGB only in this case. But it doesn't appear to be too bad at Predator. He actually managed to get up on the top and actually get the gun. I'll fast forward a little bit.
He's got a door.
Yep.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yep. And there you got the machine gun. So he's made one achievement that I don't usually play the game long enough to even get that far.
He retro-brighted his door. The colors are all gone.
Are you looking at the door or are you looking at the power supply thingy on the bottom?
No, I'm looking at his door. It's been retro-brighted, so the red, green, and blue.
Oh yeah, okay, there. Yeah, I thought you meant the door itself was some weird color. That's why I was saying maybe you're thinking this yellow versus this.
It's not Photoshop. It's probably a real door. It's just been bleached.
Yeah.
What does it say about Predator that the panel is more interested in the door on the CMA than the game itself?
That's everything you need to know about Predator.
Yep, pretty much. Yet I know Mr. Dave 609. He actually has gotten pretty good at the game. He can get through multiple levels of this game, and if you actually get into it, there's a lot. Like there's 30 some odd levels of stuff, and definitely new scenery and new enemies and stuff all keep showing up the later on you get in the game. So there's a lot to explore, but it's just that the controls are fidgety and
it's
perfect time you need to jump somewhere and you get pushed off by some weird thing and then all of a sudden you die, and it's an exercise in frustration, except for a few people that are really, really good at it. And as I mentioned before, he also did one on Megabug, which I won't bother to play here because black and white Megabug's kind of boring.
All right.
Anyway, that's it for the game news. Where was that?
It was always black and white for us.
All right.
Sucks to be you. Okay, next up, I'll go through the regular news. I'll put all the conventions and stuff at the very end. There is a new entry on the upcoming conventions I want to mention, which I'll get to when we get there. But for now, let's go to the regular news. And Alan Huffman was a busy boy this week. Not quite as busy as it was last time, but the first one, which will be Coco Town. Okay, so he's been delving into Nitrous 9 while he's waiting for his house to get repaired, because, of course, he got damaged in one of the storms, kind of like a few other YouTubers did. And so this one, he kind of branched off a little bit to figure out how they did MMU-based stuff and how you swap memory out. Because he, of course, on his Coco Town channel, doing his Lunar Rover, or sorry, his Moon Patrol style game, and all the tutorials on how he's been figuring out how to do things, he's always been Coco 1 and 2 based. He's never had a Coco 3. I don't think he has a real Coco 3 at this point, but because he's kind of restricted to where he is, living and stuff right now, he's got an emulator out to play with the Coco 3 stuff. So he's learning how the MMU works. So I'll play a little bit of the intro here. I won't play the whole thing. You definitely want to go check it out if you're a fan of his.
Hello and welcome. In the mid-80s, Tandy released a major upgrade to their Color Computer 2, the Color Computer 3. Although the processor was quite similar, perhaps the most major change was the introduction of the Gimme, the Graphics Interrupt Memory Enhancer. One of the components of the Gimme was all the new graphics display modes. But today we're going to be concerned with the Memory Management Unit. It allowed the CPU, which could only see 64K at a time, the logical memory, the ability to actually utilize a full array of RAM that was so massive, it was measured in the megabytes. Today, we are going to learn how to program the MMU, and we will walk through some sample assembly code that allows the CPU to write to a full 2 megs of RAM almost.
But wait,
and then
there's more.
we will run that code in the MAME debugger step by step, and we'll see how it works using a special MAME debugger feature that lets you view the memory not just from the point of view of the CPU, but also the full physical RAM.
And to be honest, I forgot that was there. I did play with it a long, long time ago, and there's quite a few times I could have used it, but I forgot for some reason. So I'm definitely going to start using that again.
Cancel your plans, it's Coco time.
So he goes into a good, not only talking about the MMU and how it works and how you do logical versus physical memory and how your task registers work and et cetera, but he also goes into MAME and how to enable a view window where you can see the entire, 512K or 2 meg at once. At the same time, you've still got your local 64K RAM you can view from the CPU's point of view. So you can see if it's affected anything in a different task register or something. So it actually comes in quite handy with debugging. And for some reason, like I said, I kind of forgot that was there. So I'm definitely going to start using that again because I could have used it a few times recently. Next up, on the World of Dragon, Stephen Evans ported Autorun. Which I forget, maybe it might be on the last page or something. Yeah, here we are. So this is modified from Brian Cadge's original Dragon User from Dragon User Magazine, Basic Autorun, which is basically an autoloader. So when you do a clone, it will actually automatically execute a basic program. And he's made it compatible with Coco and the Dragon. Now, we did have a commercial one here from Sugar Software called Autorun, which basically did the same thing. Also let you create a splash screen while it loaded in SemiGraphics 4. And this one is actually modified to run on the Dragon 64 because the original version apparently did not. So he's got all 3 versions included in here. For the 32 or 64K Coco, the Dragon 32 or 64 and 32K mode, and the Dragon 64 and 64K mode. And these are all based on original from the July 1984 issue of Dragon User Magazine. You could download it from the World of Dragon forums that I mentioned earlier. And he's got 2 versions of it here that you can download. So the first version, and I'm hoping I'm getting this right here, but I believe this version here is for disk systems. And then his second one is redoing the cassette version to run on all 3 of those machines as well. So you can get that as well if you're working with cassette. And hopefully 6 or somebody else can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the difference between the 2. Next up, Alan Huffman, not quite as busy as last week, but still fairly busy. So a person named Ken Youngston had posted on the Coco Facebook group about using some of the AI engines online like ChatGPT, etc., to create a basic program on the Coco that would actually do some AI type stuff itself. And here, you guys might have better knowledge on this than I do because I don't know too much about this stuff. But he says here, this is Ken's original post. I asked Grok, which is another one of the things like ChatGPT, to write a basic program to read a 10 megabyte corpus of sentences from a dictionary and then build a simple Markov graph DB to predict the next word in the sequence. I don't understand what most of that means. I don't know what a Markov graph is. Anybody here Can clue me in? Sounds like no.
I have enough problems with my own eye. I don't.
It's been a California minute since I've actually looked at hidden Markov models, and I never did finish the class, but they're similar to like your neural network type of things.
Okay, so it's actually kind of an AI algorithm itself then?
Yup,
So
yup.
what usually happens here is there's a list of like 3-word triples and a probability that the third word follows the first two, and then they kind of using random numbers, it follows different paths through this as it generates text.
Okay.
It is that bad.
People used this in the old days on net news to mimic postings by other people who were very prolific and had distinctive writing styles. And it's kind of amazing how good a job it does for, as you start reading the first part of it, but then you start realizing that this makes no sense or even less sense than the person they were mimicking.
It's just word salad in the end, eh?
Yeah, it's a salad generator.
Okay. That's good because I never knew that. That kind of makes some of the context of the rest of the stuff here in his little post on.
Yeah, you see where it says trigram model on line 20, remark, vocabulary, 1,000 words, and a trigram model fits. So the trigram is those 3 words that I was talking about. So it only looks at the previous 2 words and everything that is generated, and then it knows third words that could come after those 2 and a probability function, usually or it may just be a fixed probability, like if there's n possible third words, then each is 1/nth. But something like that.
Okay.
And then you can see how that would cause it to generate sentences that have kind of reasonable probabilities of how it's flowing.
Well, and now you Google the 3-word phrase and you're off to the races. So, artificial fake intelligence at your disposal.
Yeah, it was amazingly good.
So it's a little bit better than Eliza, though, right?
Yeah, because this has 1,000 words and has 0.5 megabyte of data about how to use them, and Eliza had nothing on that scale.
Yeah, so the original thing that Ken had posted was about a 10 meg dictionary. So then Alan kind of, tinkered with it to get it down to the 512K. And now he's planning on trying to shrink it even further to fit it, along with the actual having a basic program to actually run it.
Yeah. But getting that trigram data is the trick. You've got to analyze some existing text to figure out what the probabilities of words following 2 other words are.
Right. And even after doing all that, there's no intelligence in here. This is just English language prediction. And
Yeah, probability based. I mean, you're probably throwing some R&D.
I really struggle with people calling it intelligence, even when you get up to the current models where it's just predicting the next thing that a search might bring up randomly without any concern whether it has any relation to the current topic or... I don't know. We should stop now. We're going into a rabbit hole. I'm not going to go there anymore.
Yeah, this is real simple, but you can see how they call it a Markov graph, because you can draw a graph of nodes and probabilities of moving through that space.
Yeah, so he's playing it and doing it in BASIC. Now he mentions here, and this is something he posted about last week we covered, is that there's some bugs in Coco 3 BASIC in particular, that if you do a dim of a string space too big, and you're running on a 48 column screen, you can instantly cause your Coco to crash because it tries to map the screen at a fixed address, which is now where your string space and your stack is as well. So return addresses suddenly turn into like a blink attribute or something. And of course the program goes nuts. So that's why he says to be continued, maybe, because he's trying to figure out how to compress it down to fit. And I suggested to him, why don't you do it in BASIC 9? Because then you can actually use a hard drive image fairly easily. You have 10 meg, you can put the original 10 meg scale in there and just have it, seek and grab the stuff as you go. And he's quite familiar with BASIC 9 because he worked with Microware for years as one of their instructors, actually. So I think he should try it that way.
Yes.
Hint, hint, Alan, if you're listening. Next up is one called Sub-Ethernet BBS Protocol Proposal. We just talked last week actually about ribs and FidoNet and a bunch of other things. That was our STGNet, Scott Griepentrog had done. And this is basically networking protocols going between BBS nodes. Now, this is something that Alan tried to basically build this thing he was calling Sub-Ethernet Protocol. It's meant to be much simpler. Basically, the way he words in the first paragraph kind of sums up his mission statement here. It was way back when I wrote this proposal for a very simple BBS networking protocol. There were several in existence, but the specs were always complicated, like FidoNet, etc. I wanted something someone could implement without a PhD. And then he kind of goes through the explanation about it and what he was originally planning. And he's thinking, like, since people are putting online BBS and stuff on, for people to hit with all these new cards and stuff that are coming out, maybe it's time to revisit this and actually come up with a simple, CoCo to CoCo protocol to send stuff back and forth. And it was basically meant to send messages and stuff back. I mean, some people are talking about bringing up ribs again and linking up to the FidoNet nodes that are already on the net now and getting the full, experience back where you're sending stuff all over the world. This would probably be a bit more simpler, but might be worthwhile checking into. And, it's a lot more restrictive, obviously, than something like FidoNet, but...
So did you say there's a retro FidoNet that's being started again, and what's it named?
Well, there's some FidoNet nodes already on the web I've seen, and now some of the people that originally did ribs, like Ron Byler and Charles West and Wes Gale and a few others that did some of the original programming, are kind of thinking, especially Ron, about trying to get it back up on some of these newer ESP-based devices so the CoCo can join into FidoNet like it did back in the day.
That does sound like a good idea.
Right.
I use that way more than I ever used CompuServe because it didn't cost as much.
We just have to find people like Ellen here that the phone number might be an IP address.
Oh, he knows about all that. He knows about ESP.
Well,
he
yeah,
says right here, maybe one day I'll do something like that using a CoCo and a $10 Wi-Fi modem for it.
Well, and other things, just leave the room for it not to be a phone call is all we're saying.
Yeah. And then the last one here, speaking of BBSs, so he did an article here on Delta Board, which is his theme-changing BBS, and this is a part 1, so he's planning on doing some more. So he's been, as we mentioned the last few weeks, he's been digging through all those old discs and SciQuest backups and all that kind of stuff and finding stuff he totally forgot he wrote back in the day because he was pretty prolific, especially with some of the software, him and Terry and a few others that worked there, or when he worked at Microwave for that matter. So basically, he wrote this BBS when he was still living in Lufkin, Texas, around 89 or so. It ran under OS 9, called Delta. And basically it had these themes. And he actually had a few theme files that he managed to find. And he actually got to dump kind of the screens out so you can kind of see what the themes were. So he had Delta Board, the native theme. And he's got this little thing here. It spells out the word Delta using like pipe characters and dashes and stuff. And, kind of looks like a typical BBS, request password, press return at the username prompt, special login account, blah, 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 blah. Mentions it's running on a 0.5 meg 609 based multitasking time sharing system. Woohoo for OS 9. And then he starts going into some of the other themes here. So then he had Castle Delta. Welcome to the castle. And now it actually starts putting in extra text and like kind of giving you almost a fantasy theme. When you log in, it's like, halt screams the greeter suddenly not being so grateful. I do not recognize you. Are you the imposter we've heard of in the village? This is when you're just trying to log in. You're getting a new account type thing. So it has this whole theme to the whole entry to the BBS instead of just the clinical, are you a new user? Would you like to apply for a password, etc. Kind of an interesting thing, but basically have these little theme files that you would just load into the regular BBS, and the BBS would just grab that, whatever theme you had active, and instantly change the way the interaction with the user goes based on that theme. And then he did one based on a hotel theme called Delta Hotel. And kind of goes through that here too with some samples. And then he mentioned in 1995, he moved to Iowa, the home of Microware, when he joined Microware. And he put his BBS online there and then wrote a bunch of other themes, which he's just been finding, but he hasn't actually had screenshots. So he had Delta Board, Star Direct, The Lost Generation. So he had a Star Trek theme, Castle Delta with a new look compared to the one we just saw, Hotel Delta again. Haunted Mansion, based on the Disney, because he's a huge Disney fan. In fact, he ran DisneyFans.org for years. I don't know if it's still there or not. Phone number, which he didn't remember too much about, but he said just showed the phone number and seemed to have snarky menus. I got to see that one. That sounds awesome. And then Al's Den of Iniquity, beware, no furniture. He said, I've forgotten about most of these. I'll have to share those sometime. And a few more I've found or at least partially found. So yeah, that was kind of an interesting idea of having this whole theme that could instantly change just by swapping the theme file. I don't remember too many boards doing that. Usually if you had a theme, you kind of set it up that way and left it. Next one, there's this guy called the Break Key. Not to be confused with the special Break Key of the board that Henry Strickland's working on. But Henry Gerhardt III, if you want to talk about this one here, you're actually working on the new Coco FujiNet, and you had some, should I say, fun?
Oh, it was frustrating because we are now in the realm of software-defined hardware, and it is so much more crazy. Like looking at the timings and everything like that, that's easy to deal with if all you're dealing with is like some enable pins and things of that nature. This would be so ridiculously easy in real hardware. But because I'm having to learn how to use a programmable programmable input-output block, how to interface that with DMA, how to get everything working in so many clocks and with so many different instructions, and just remembering how to get the darn thing started, it was a level of frustration beyond that I've experienced in a long time. And with the lack of real-time interactive debugging that seems to be the case, at least with the toolchain I have available for me, for dealing with those types of things, oh my goodness. But it was also quite revealing to look into the timing diagrams, like looking at the timings on not only the SCS but the CTS signals, and
yeah, and how they link up with the E and Q clocks and all that kind of stuff.
Yep, exactly. And then apparently, the synchronous address multiplexer has a bug because the cartridge select signal likes to go back high instead of staying low. SCS stays low. CTS does not. But that's not a big issue if all you're doing is like reading data from the cart port, because then it doesn't matter. I can use CTS to determine whether or not I can assert the data bus. If I'm writing data to the cart port in that IO range or in that memory range, that's a different story. But I'm assuming that we don't, I'm assuming that we don't write data to that memory area.
No, you don't do that.
At least not when CTS is active. I think the SAM even in all RAM mode, if you write to that area, it's going to use a different select signal. But I could be wrong. At any rate, it's I got the state machines working, so now I can have a working cartridge port, cartridge ROM emulator, and I have it working, reading from a couple of different locations in SCS space and writing to one location in SCS space. Now the next step is going to be how do I get that interacting with the FujiNet device itself?
Cool. So you made a lot of progress, though it was pretty tedious by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
So you said you're emulating a ROM now correctly? That's really good news.
Yeah, it's emulating a ROM with no problem. It's like I think 6 PIO instructions and a 15 line, maybe 20 line DMA incantation.
And how big is your ROM? It's like 8
I've got up to 16K available. 16K minus 256 bytes. So if if CTS asserts, then I'll be writing the data bus with that.
So how much capacity for ROM do we have? Because I'm hoping we can jam a Dragon ROM in there and then figure out a way to select it with a jumper, or better yet, detect it via the initial writes to the bus.
So the amount of space we have available for, on the PiCo itself is dependent upon how much memory it has available to it. So like the one that I'm using has a 16 meg QSP attached to it. I think the RP2040 and the RP2350 will both allow up to 16 megs of QSP for run in place, for execute in place. But you probably want to have the ROM data itself transferred over into RAM, and you've got about 150K of RAM on the RP2040. I don't know if the RP2350 has the same amount.
It's got double.
Okay, so it's got
But
double.
it's like 256K and 512K.
Yeah, something like that. But I seem to remember it being on the order of like 180 for the RP2040, but I could be wrong. But that's like just the RAM that you can have like programming in. The amount of address space that you have on the CoCo, you have from C1000 to FDF100. And then FDF100, or I'm sorry, FEFF. FF00 on up is IO space, but CTS asserts between C1000 and FEFF. On the PiCo, it's, as long as you've got it aligned to a 16, as long as you've got the ROM that you're currently feeding aligned to a 16K boundary, you have no problems with using DMA.
Cool. I definitely made a lot of progress on it, so that's good to hear. I'm glad you're doing that kind of stuff and not me, because I'd be totally screwed trying to figure out hardware stuff.
There's a lot more software to it than you might think, Curtis.
Yeah, I mean, you have to program both the CoCo side and you have to program. Is this an FPGA or what exactly is it?
No, it's the RP2040 that I'm using. So a lot of this will move over to the newer one, the RP2035 or 2350. But there's so many different sub-elements in the PiCo that have to be set up, or in the RP2040 that have to be set up. It's like the entire thing, it's a system on a chip. It's like bringing up the CoCo. To bring up the CoCo, you have to set the SAM up. You have to set the VDG up. You have to set up, if you're using the gimme, you have to set up the registers for everything like that. You have this much setup you have to do with the peripherals before the processor will start doing anything that makes any sense whatsoever. It's pretty much the same story with the PiCo or with the RP2040, with the exception that like the PIO blocks, they have instructions that they use themselves. It's a completely different assembly language. And they have, for each block, which has 4 state machines, you have 32 instructions across the entire block to use, which doesn't seem like much, but I've got an input port, an output port, and a ROM port all put together on that PIO in about 28, 29 instructions.
Okay. That definitely is cool, though. I just want to mention in the chat to Franklin Harris of Retro Rewind mentioned that he's got a BBS that's FidoNet QuickNet compatible, already running at Retro Rewind, and that he used to be part of the standards committee for FidoNet, which I did not know. And a former region coordinator. I didn't know the local region coordinator, Ken Ashby, here, but that's kind of interesting that he was heavily into the FidoNet stuff, too. Okay, next up after that, we have Buzzsaw Gaming. We covered them last week when he kind of went through his CoCo collection a little bit there and kind of showed off some of the other stuff that he has, including his pet Buzzsaw, which you can see there, wearing a little fin. I don't know, it's part of Halloween or something, but basically to look like a dinosaur. And basically he's going through his entire CoCo collection, a bit of his history of the CoCo 2, because he started the CoCo 1 and 2 back in the day and eventually did get a CoCo 3. And you can see the CoCo 3 in the background of the screenshot here. Now, I won't play the video here because I don't want the show to go on forever. But he goes through, he's got some productivity software, he's got some game stuff, he's got CoCo 1 and 2 and CoCo 3, he's got hardware peripherals, including 2-button deluxe joystick, 2-button mouse, the original black, single button mouse, some Black Beauty joysticks, Deskmate 3, all kinds of stuff here. So kind of goes through both his current collection and what his history with the CoCos have been, which is kind of nice background to have for some of the game stuff he's been doing lately. Next up, I have that Erico Monteiro, of course, did the 10-liner game we were looking at earlier that now has some backgrounds on. Has also been fiddling with some of the new sprite commands. So he's basically got these set of 8 artifacted kind of ball shapes that he's going to animate using the sprite commands that are built into Microgames Basic. And you'll be able to see, for writing this in BASIC, this actually runs at a pretty decent clip. Now, it doesn't do anything, making smooth when balls cross each other. You kind of see them blink out there, but he's also got the capabilities. We've actually created several shapes to fit within a byte, so you can shift like 1 or 2 pixels at a time, which is within a byte, so you pre-draw. And you can do this technique in Extended Basic itself as well. And to get a smoother drawing rather than jumping an entire byte at a time, which would be 4 or 8 pixels, depending on how you got your artifacting set up. But it shows you some of the power of a microgame's basic, that it's doing this animation, from a basic compiler, basically. Next up, I don't know if Mr. David Lan is still in the chat here, but I was hoping you'd be here to kind of talk about this. But since he actually did a talk over on this video, I will just let him explain what he's doing here. I'll play the entire thing. It's only 2.5 minutes. So.
Hello, everyone. I'm doing a quick test using my MM1 and a ViewSonic VS2447M monitor that has both VGA inputs and HDMI. So here I have a DE9 to DE15 cable that I made up. So far, it appears to have a decent picture, at least at this point. So let's see what the MM1's startup resolution that at least the display thinks it is. Well, the display is saying 720 by 240 at 60 hertz. I don't think so, but, it might be.
I think that was the overscan on the MM1, if I remember.
The micro SD card into the blue SCSI version 2. So let me do that.
So the M1, of course, is one of the CoCo 4s. It was 6 to 8070 signetic space system, 256 colors on the default, and eventually it had a 16 million color palette. 15 megahertz, DMA, bunch of stuff.
Yeah. So the VS2447M appears to work via the VGA port with the MM1 with the DE9 to DE15 cable in FreeSync mode. It
lives.
So the nice thing about this is that means these FreeSync monitors will handle a 15.75 kilohertz horizontal, which most modern monitors don't. Most of them start at 31.5, like for VGA, etc. So this means MM1s, Atari STs, Amigas, CoCo 3s, Capel 2GSs should all be able to work with this. Is that correct, Mark Overhoser?
I believe so.
And these are currently made. These aren't like you have to go find something old 15 years ago.
I think we're reading now that it's not directly the FreeSync that's responsible, but the fact that the VGA mode can go down to 15 kilohertz in response to being FreeSync compatible. It can slow down to our speed of VGA.
Yep, that's the killer right there. Is none of them. Most of the new stuff doesn't go that slow.
In fact, yeah, the last one I remember that actually did was a Dell, and it's like 10 years old. But now it sounds like some of the newer monitors are
now these
supporting
can
it again.
So cool.
Now, is that the retro community kind of forcing the issue? Like, we'd really like to have this kind of stuff, and to having to make these FPGA adapters and stuff to try to fiddle with this thing to get it to work?
I don't know, but it's certainly a market.
I mean, you got to think if there's a buck, they're going to chase it, right?
Yep, exactly. That was my thought. And it's not going to be that much more expensive for them to do it.
Yep.
So if I'm understanding this right, this means you don't need even the SCART adapter stuff. You just need a cable with 2 different ends mapping the pins correctly, or is there more to it than that?
No. DB9 to DB15, David says, and away you go.
Yeah, well, DB9's on the MM1. I'm just wondering, like in the CoCo, we have that kind of custom.
Well, you can map that to the DB9. That pinout's all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have to go to the DB15, which is what fits the newer.
Now remember, you'll have his voltage levels.
Yeah.
Now remember,
so there might be a little bit of circuitry required to kind of get it exactly right, but
like the CoCo 3, we just need some resistors.
Yeah.
Yeah, we drive too hot, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not familiar with these FreeSync. Like, this is the first I heard of it, was actually his video here. Are these like a line of monitors that have different sizes of like displays and stuff, or is it just a specific model, or how does that work? Like he mentioned the VG22755 here, but
so it's the AMD developed FreeSync to compete with NVIDIA's G-Sync, and they're both designed for older gaming platforms like PlayStations and stuff that switched resolutions a lot. And basically it's designed to let them switch resolutions and do stuff without any screen tearing.
And apparently, as a totally unrelated side effect of that, we can run VGA at 15 dot whatever kilohertz.
7.5,
They just sample the screen differently or something. Yeah.
Okay, so this might be a whole line of monitors between a couple manufacturers if there's two support chips for it. So
it's working with Dells, it's working with ViewSonics. The thing is, NVIDIA made theirs proprietary and AMD made theirs open source. So everybody went with the AMD technology, and now even NVIDIA is using AMD's technology.
Oh, wow.
Score.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I wonder if they make some old 4x3 versions of that for some of the older hardware too, or if they're all 16:9 or 10. And what size ranges they have, like 17 to can you get like a 60-inch huge wall one we can play on the Coco natively? That'd be awesome.
Oh, jeez.
40 column G shell will look awesome on that. No, I'm just kidding. Now I'll let David finish here.
Well, since you paged me. I see some very slight artifacting in the background, which may not be coming through, but, a lot of the newer monitors don't really like the old analog signals very well, so, But
so
it works.
Looks like David showed up. He's here.
Oh, he's on the call?
Yeah.
He lives, man.
Hi, David.
Hello. So, now
Death has arrived.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound like you're sick with a cold or something.
Strep.
Oh, beauty. Yeah.
I'm glad you're over there then. But anyway, continue.
So, one of the things is the VGA spec is 0.7 volts peak to peak. The MM1 seems to work okay. But for the CoCo, we might need the exact same SCART. The resistor and the capacitor to bring it down.
Less than 1 volt to peak.
So I don't have the stuff to really test it at the moment. I was going to see if I could get Jason to make me a IDC 10 to DE9 cable. And then I could just use the cable I've already got built to go from the DE9 to the DE15.
Nice.
So, there was a comment that was on Facebook that I didn't need to turn on the FreeSync because it was for HDMI only. But my display wouldn't even sync to the MM1 until I turned the FreeSync on. So, may or may not be a firmware thing on these displays. So, because obviously monitors these days are also a computer in themselves. So,
yeah.
Right.
So I actually made one of those for Alan Huffman. I made the cable for his MM1 to VGA and a cable for his CoCo 3 to DE9 or DB9, whichever. And I put in line, the a little 3 resistor circuit board that I cut off one of my SCART adapters that basically let me adjust the levels to proper. They look great now. I mean, it does the full, all the colors, just like my screen is showing here.
Oh, are you showing a screen? Let me stop sharing so we can share it.
Well, I'm not sharing a screen. It's just whatever is my background.
Oh, it's not all blown out. You get all the colors, so yeah.
Because I remember G Shell looked like crap because one of the grays was missing before, and the 3D
and also Popstar Pilot, which is how I found about the SCART voltage levels. So,
you know what?
So blame Nick for fixing it. So
yeah, blame me.
Would that
Yeah.
kind of a setup work for like off of a CGA adapter as well?
No, CGA is
No.
digital and it has an extra line.
Oh, the
Same with
intensity
The
line.
intensity
Yeah,
line or
okay.
whatever. Yeah.
Need a little extra circuitry in there. It could be done, but
Right, but you'd have to work at it.
But we just saw Calixto Island, CJ. Who wants that?
yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Alan finds out, because he says he wants to take his Coco 3 to a Best Buy and test all the displays they got.
That sounds like Alan.
I owe a man jailed.
I hope he records that on video too. I can just imagine the salespeople trying to figure out what the hell is he doing.
Yeah, but otherwise, and since Robert had posted I believe it was on the list, and I was like, well, I got to try that since I had, a different model monitor.
One,
so I figured I'd test it, and I was like, hey, it worked.
Sweet.
But the MM1 is 480i, and I think the display is trying to reconcile that as a 240p. So yeah, it's
But it has letterboxed it pretty good. It's not just stretched out across the whole dang screen. It's
yeah, that was before I turned on the 4:3 mode.
Oh, okay, you did
so,
it. Okay, never mind.
But yeah, so at least that's a start.
Nice.
Indeed.
Well, it looks like it'll definitely work. I mean, the biggest problem we've had is been trying to find modern monitors that can handle the 15.75 with doing massive bunches of adapters or FPGAs to try to convert things. And now it sounds like, the manufacturers have caught up to the retro community.
Well, the other big thing I see is for those that like being able to record their video outputs, probably still going to either S video, with one of the mods that someone came out with a while back, or just using the SCART to HDMI and then recording the HDMI is still going to be, a necessity until someone comes out with a better retro option for recording.
There you go. The retro capture thing. Yeah.
Cool. Well, definitely you and Bob can keep us updated on that. 'Cause it sounds like both of you are experimenting with it, and I look forward to Alan's live show from Best Buy.
Yep.
Well, whether he goes through with it or not is another thing, but
I sure hope he does. That'd be awesome.
So,
I still want to see somebody, either you or Joel Evie or somebody else who has a working M1 system, though, actually show off what the old GUI looked like and what some of the graphics capabilities were, because most people nowadays have no idea about the M1.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if I have a G shell for the MM1, because all my stuff is just the drivers. So you had to write your own stuff. I don't think there was a G shell for the MM1.
I thought it came with, it had the little coffee cup symbol like the level 3 upgrade or level 2 upgrade had.
That
I could have sworn I saw it at CoCoFest.
That would be a good show itself. All the different like K windows and.
Because I remember it used to play like the animated
things.
cartoons and stuff that were based on the I can't remember what the Amiga format was called, but it was animated Amiga graphics and stuff.
Might have to ask Alan or Joel Hayberg, because I don't remember running a GUI desktop. But then again, I was never, to be honest, I didn't use G shell back in the day, because it was like, why would I want to do that when I can do the command line stuff faster? So,
All right, so now I have on my desktop, if you guys want to see what my little Coco 3 to CGA adapter looks
Can
like.
you zoom them up there, Mark B?
Oh, is that your composite tap coming off the side there?
And Bob, you seem to be sharing the stream or
audio.
something?
What?
What the? Oh,
where'd
I
you go?
have the OBS thing.
Come back.
Mark needs to pin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Emery. Yeah.
I had my headset off at that last moment.
Hang on.
Not that Bob, the other Bob. Yeah, that Bob.
Okay, can you see that?
We did for a sec. Now it's shrunk again. There we go.
There it is. Yeah. So the Coco 3 just plugs in there. This is the DB9.
D something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the D sub 9.
Yeah, don't get David mad at you.
That's just an audio 3.5mm socket, so you could plug in a PC speaker real easily.
Yeah, right, because the Coco connector actually has audio coming through it in one of the pins too. So
yeah.
So does
And
the
then
MM1 on pin 7.
Just the RG and B adjustment trimmers.
Right.
And then after I adjusted it, I slid the heat shrink over it. And it works pretty good. The MM1 cable plugs right into it to get nice levels.
yeah, and for those that don't know, the MM1 had the exact same connector because it was meant to work with a CM8 or a Magnavox, like in the Coco 3 monitors at the time.
As long as you had this cable.
And then I have a picture of it sticking out the back. But basically the Coco 3 just it comes to right about here. So this is all hidden up underneath. Just sticks out the back nice and so it's easy to swap the cord.
Now I've got to find my anti-cable of this. I know I've got one now.
Okay, so I missed a step here. What's the on the DE9 side of it? What are you plugging into that?
That's audio.
No,
From
the
pin
The MM1 video goes in there.
It's basically a CGA cable at one end and VGA at the other end. It goes to a VGA monitor.
Oh, okay.
And I've got the opposite of this cable where it ends up in pins where you can plug it into your CM8. I know I've got one now that I've seen this one. I've got to find it. This is going to be a quest.
Yeah, on my MM1 when I got it, mine was the DE9 version of the MM1 instead of the one that had the IDC on the back, like Ed Snyder's MM1 has the IDC 10. So, but my MM1 came with a little adapter that went from the DE9 to the IDC 10, so you could use your CM8 on the MM1.
Yeah, I've got one of those somewhere. I just this reminded me of it. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, cool. I look forward to some of the future reports on this then, because it sounds like it would make things a fair bit easier for a lot of people, like you said, for recording, video live, say for the Game On Challenge or something like that, or you just want to make a YouTube video with actual video instead of just running an emulator.
Well, like I said, for the recording part, at least with current stuff, you'd still need the HDMI or S-video or something else that unfortunately the other devices I can think of that do a really good job, like the retro chain, those things are like $200.
Right.
So
you could buy an old Dazzle from eBay for way too much money. They can record that sync, but yeah.
So, but if you just want a monitor, one of these ViewSonics and that IDC 10 to the DE15 with the correct resistors would probably be the way to go.
So was there, aside from being a FreeSync, was there something in the specs of the monitor that clued you in that it could handle this?
No, Robert is the one that his posting.
I was seeing other people posting about modern monitors that were being discovered syncing up, and I looked up the monitors online, at B&H or wherever, and I just noticed that they all had that word in their description.
Right. Well, and because the way electronics are built nowadays, it may be that soon every monitor has this ability just because the chipset can do that now. So whether it may just come up that this is a coming thing.
Too much trouble to disable it.
Exactly.
Or else it'll be a subscription service.
Yeah. I sure hope not.
Your subscription is expired. You're back to 480p.
In monitor purchasing, just like an app.
Gotta put quarters in the side of your monitor again.
Yeah, if you want to upgrade to 720 for this next movie, insert.
Yeah,
give them ideas.
Oh yeah, well, thanks for the update there live, David Ladden. Hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, I'm getting off here and going to roll back over. So,
well, good luck with all of that.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Get better soon.
Cheers.
Speaking of modern sync boards, Terry Trapp mentioned on the CoCo Facebook group that he has some of his C-Sync composite sync boards in. I was asking how many more he should make because he was basically taking requests if he wants to make some for other people that want to get a version of this board made. We talked about this either last week or the week before on the show, so he's actually got some nice zoomed up pictures of it. And I kind of forgot what this was for exactly and how this one worked.
Oh.
If this is
So what he's doing on the GPS 82 boards, they have separate sync signals. Or wait a minute, no, they need a combined sync signal. The CoCo produces two separate wires.
I think there's two different.
Right, and that's why you always have the extra little wire running off of the composite into your whatever board
for the sync. Yeah.
Right. So so this is just combining the syncs together to feed it to that GPS 82.
yeah, that's kind of what we had to do. Something similar, I think, for like Amiga versus Atari ST versus CoCo 3 and stuff too. There was some are combined, some are separate, some are negative, positive, or something.
Those GBS boards were intended for arcade cabinets.
Oh, okay.
They're built for that, so they help put a VGA monitor into an arcade cabinet.
Yeah.
Why do you need a whole PCB for that instead of just two diodes like we do when we hook up a RGB to HDMI?
I've usually seen that circuit being a like a 7486 chip or something to combine the two.
Yeah,
syncs.
it's technically supposed to be
So apparently this thing
exclusive
works.
NORD.
I think the
If you just use diodes, you get a little bit of tearing.
the horizontal sync is the wrong polarity.
Okay.
Well, in that case, it's just an inverter then.
Yeah, combiner and inverter.
Well, yeah, just an inverter, but that implies more silicon. So yeah, the chip, fix it up.
He's got a little video here for 1 minute, so I'll just play it. Maybe that'll help explain things a bit too.
So apparently this thing works on leakage, like just leakage current. That's wild, man. There's no power going to that IC.
Didn't the CoCo 3 did have a little bit of 5 volts on that connector?
It looks pretty good. I don't know what it's going to look like gaming or whatever. This thing works without 5 volts on that chip. It's just getting it, based on the current and power that's going into the IC.
Well, we've established that the video
that is
out
just
is
ridiculous.
higher than it needs to be. So yeah, you got extra voltage to
That's
spare.
nuts.
Yeah, well, I might have to get Terry on the show one of these days.
It's kind of like the original ARM chip that was running with no power because they accidentally forgot to hook up the power leads, and it was running from the shorted the diodes, the protection diode power.
But a couple diodes and a capacitor would be able to capture the change in the sync signals or something, right? To hold a power for a chip.
Right.
Okay, cool.
They're
Next up,
probably
this. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh no, I was just saying that because he's got these little surface mount chips, they're probably very low power anyway.
Right.
Yeah. But it's kind of nice. You don't have like tap power or, have a power plug you have to plug into the thing. And it actually tucks into the little RGB hole in the bottom of the CoCo 3 too quite nicely, which is nice. Almost looks on purpose.
I wonder if you can just put the normal what's it called? SCART to HDMI adapter cable and run it directly without the separate video label cable.
Oh yeah, avoid the little dongle thingy out the side.
You can keep the video connector on the Coco to drive an actual composite monitor if you want.
No.
Especially if you want the artifact colors.
Well, we definitely want those. We don't want that cheap black and white crap you guys had in Australia. So
where's Jason when we need him? You need to add this crap to your cable, man.
Yeah.
Sounds like a new cable option.
Yep.
Yeah. I do like the fact that some of these brand new monitors, though, are actually supporting the 15.75. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I never
this
thought
is
I'd see
cool.
that.
I guess though the CRTs are all dying, and so there's more and more of a market to
Replace them with modern, LCD screens.
do this stuff. Yeah, and a proper 4x3 mode and stuff like that.
Hey, continue on. Michael Pitsley's got a bit of a request here for the wider Coca community. So if you guys recognize his name, first of all, he's active in Facebook, and I can't remember if he might be on the Discord. But basically, he's a guy that's done a ton of YouTube videos that we've covered, that he's taken a lot of the educational software for the original Coco 1 that were multimedia. Basically, they had cassettes with audio, etc. on them. And he's actually put up, like Disney's stuff, like, Goofy Does Government and all that kind of stuff, where you actually have audio tracks that are controlled with a motor on, motor off, and audio on, audio off commands, interacting with actual graphics and stuff as it goes through whatever lesson it's trying to teach. And one of the series that was done for the Coco 1 is called Reading is Fun. And these contain cassettes as well as a program with some actual, basically, public domain novels. In this case, you can see the two that he's requesting some help with, which is Bram Stoker's Dracula and then The Hound of Baskervilles by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And basically, he's got these two. He's also got the rest of the series. Now, the rest of the series he's already got digitized. He's got the audio cassettes transferred. So you can actually run these in an emulator that supports doing audio cassette images, WAV images, or whatever. So you can actually hear the speaking and stuff. There was a really good one that had like Clyde Tombaugh discovering Pluto and stuff and going through his history of that. Narrated by Clyde himself before he passed away, which was awesome. But in this case here, he's got these two that are still sealed and never been opened. They're basically brand new. And he says, I don't want to break these open just to get the stupid audio cassette. Do anybody out in the wider Coco community or watching our show has these two, and if they're already open, would be able to make a digitization of the audio cassette, the WAV file, so we can actually, make the video that he puts on YouTube to show how it all worked, but also to actually upload it to the archive so people can enjoy these, which are fairly rare, to be honest, on modern types things, including emulators. So I don't know if anybody in our panel or on our audience or are listening afterwards as a podcast has these two particular ones, but if you do, please reach out to Michael Pitsley or reach out to us on Discord, and we'll get you in contact with Michael. Get to these last two, so we have the entire series of Reading is Fun. Next up, Micro Games Basic. We've talked about that numerous times here with Erico doing demos and doing his 10-liner contest. But basically, they just released 1.17.1 officially of Micro Games Basic. It includes numerous fixes and corrections for all targets, all the various machines that it supports, including Commodore 64s and VIC-20s and all kinds of stuff. This also now includes Dojo protocol support, which has been improved, and simplified instructions are now provided for creating rooms and communication channels. Dojo protocol is also available on FujiNet and in general for any device that supports serial communications. So it's kind of a protocol layer. I'm guessing you guys who work with this kind of stuff probably know more about this than I do. He also has this little counter here. The basic 10-liner contest ends in 40 days, 7 hours, 24 minutes, and 10 seconds. So if you want to enter, get going. You can use regular extended basic, by the way. You don't have to use Micro Games Basic.
So I've never heard of this Dojo protocol. Has anyone else?
Sounds familiar, but I can't think of it either.
I think I covered it once before, but I don't remember the details.
FujiNet has something called lobby support, which is, it sounds like they're talking about this or the FujiNet lobby interface to that. But for
that's kind of like an IRC chat thing for groups, isn't it?
Yeah. So you get together to figure out who wants to split up for a game, a multiplayer game.
But there's a Dojo server page here, Henry, if you want to grab the URL.
Yeah, I'll find this. Thanks.
It mentions like how it integrates with FujiNet, et cetera, and also mentions specific ports for the Atari 8-bits, the Atari City Coco 1 and 2.
Yeah, I want to see what they're doing. That's cool.
Because we don't have enough standards. Oh, wait a
No.
minute.
We need
The
a
committee will get
standard to
together,
unify
try to
all
narrow down our
standards.
14 standards. We'll end up with 15 by the time we're done.
There's an XKCD comic for that.
Yep.
There is.
That's actually pretty well what I was paraphrasing.
Yep.
So anyway, yeah, officially 1.17.1 has been released, and you can see some of the previous 1.17 fixes here, including some stuff that applies to the CoCo, like fixed sign byte division under the 6809.
Oops.
Fixed rec width and height limits. That's I'm assuming rectangle. Some floating point stuff and other things. He's constantly upgrading and updating stuff here. Fixed hex translation for binging in CPUs like the 6809. Fixed vertical scrolling under graphical modes in the 6847, which is our VDG for the CoCo 1 and 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is constantly, and he does multiple updates per week on all the platforms, but the CoCo and Dragon have actually been getting a fair bit of stuff recently too, which Erico's been helping push because Erico's obviously actively using it for demos and writing games. So it's definitely a moving target, but you can see here all the different platforms that are supported. There's some stuff like the MO5 and TO8, which are from France, the CoCos, the Commodore Plus 4, MSX1, Dragon 64 and 32, Commodore 128s, Coleco Atom, Atari 8-bits, Atari XLs. There's a ton of stuff in here. So it's really good for writing stuff. Like the compiler's getting better and better. The performance is getting better and better. There's new features being added all the time. And you get to write once, run on many. Like it'll translate graphics and stuff for you as you go down for some of the various 8-bit platforms. And he's got some games you can actually go onto his itch.io site. And if you want to play like graphical Hangman, he's got like the Dragon version, the CoCo version, the Atari version, all available for downloads. You can even see screenshots of them so you can see how it's going to appear on each of the platforms. Next after that, Alex McComber, which is not a name I've heard before, showed a picture of his MC10 display from the Wisconsin Computer Club show yesterday, including multiple hardware upgrades. And I can see if I can zoom this in here a bit. So he shows it actually running, and he's got a little mounting thing here to run the MC10 on its side. You can see the SDX32SD. Did I say that right? I can't remember the exact name. Which is basically a RAM expansion to 32K extended basic ROM that's added in, plus an SD card for doing virtual cassette and disc. But he says the hobbyist scene loves the MC10 and have gone to some extremes to make the MC10 into a full-featured TRS-80 color computer with a wide range of add-ons. This unit features several of them, including the tower modification. So it's not like a mini tower, but he's also got like the joystick adapters here, so you can run 2 Atari-style joysticks. And I think this is a composite or S-video out. I can't remember which one it is.
That's the keyboard input.
Oh, that's the right. I forgot about that.
There
Yeah.
goes the keyboard.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now, is that included with the CoCo VGA type functionality, or is that a separate thing? Can't remember. But anyway, yeah, you can upgrade the MC10, and of course, if you want to absolute plethora of software, just contact Jim Geary. Cranks out at least 1 or 2 a week.
Right.
It's separate, Curtis.
Oh, okay.
You'll get 2 done before the end of the show.
Right.
Yeah.
If you ain't got it, check next week.
Yeah, we did have some basic programs there, so you can convert Space Zapper and Space Shuttle and Squeeze. They'll have them all done by the end of the show.
It's just as a side note, it's separate and they both work together. The way he designed that board to give the joystick outputs on the MC10, you can use the VGA, his VGA adapter as well. They both fit in there. And there's
That's
also
gonna be an awfully thick MC10 then, isn't it?
Well, no, you got the one thickness, and then everything fits in that layer.
Oh, it does.
right?
Okay.
Yep.
I couldn't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yep. And also, if you do the memory upgrade too, it all fits in there. So you can really power pack that thing.
Okay. Next up, Paul Shoemaker. We covered him in the last couple of weeks. Is working on a graphical Star Trek game with some enhancements, but still based on the original mainframe style. And one little teaser shot he threw up this week was the loading screen. So this will be a screen you'll see as it's loading from a cassette image. It'll draw this on the screen while it's loading the rest of the program. And I thought for doing SG4 graphics, that's a pretty good rendition of Spock.
It's an excellent rendition of Star Trek, the animated series Spock.
Correct. Yes. I haven't seen that in quite a while, but now that you mention it, yeah, you're exactly right.
Good chance this will be the best Star Trek, even on the CoCo.
Yeah, in some ways, I think that's true. I'm the two that might give it some competition would be Trek 3 times 3.5 by Adventure International, because that one has a lot of extra things a lot of the Star Treks didn't have, like 3D stuff. And then Space Wreck, which is a clone of the Star Trek Simulator arcade game, the 3D one, the wireframe one. It's quite a different style of game, but it's pretty decent too. But yeah, I think you're right. Actually, he's been doing a lot of pretty cool stuff in this version here. And it's running like in one of the highest reses, well, actually the highest res you can run an MC10 without hardware modifications of 128 by 192 two color. Even got a multi-voice music player in it.
Yeah.
Next up, Capos Tech on the Dragon. So we did some screenshots from this last time where he's actually got OS9 level 1 on the Dragon hooked up to an external terminal. And he goes through a full video here for almost half an hour of going through and showing it actually running with, TS on the time sharing monitor. So you actually get to log in with a second credential, and you get your own user directory for when you log in. He tried it on a couple different terminals. Kind of goes through a little bit of level 1. He's kind of learning all the stuff as he goes to. So like when he tries to run Basic 9 the first few times, he actually doesn't have enough RAM to run it. So it takes a little bit of stumbling around, but he gets going. And you can see here, like here's his Dragon 64. He's got the SD card reader here. He's got the monitor hooked up there. It's kind of hard to see, but that's the actual OS9 level 1, the normal 32 column splash screen happens. And then he hooks up to both these terminals throughout the video. And you get to see him actually running and logging in stuff here through a serial cable at 9600 baud. So I'll play just a couple clips here.
Try to list the directory of the SD floppy, and
there's the virtual disk. He's going to get OS9 up and running
into the system. And the second, for example, we load the
and the Basic 9 disk he puts as the second one. Now he's booted into OS9 level 1 version 1.2, which I think is unique to the Dragon. I think the CoCo only got 1, 01, 11, and 2.
21, 11, 0. And for example, I load the module to activate the ACII 54 that.
And I believe he's Spanish, so English is not his native language. So, but that doesn't really matter. But he basically hot loads the driver for the 6551 serial chip that's built into the Dragon 64, because they actually got a real hardware serial port, unlike any of the CoCos, built right into the machine. Sets a baud rate to 9600 baud. He's also got print error here, which is to print out English versions of the error message. That might be another reason he was having some memory problems, because that's something that obviously takes a bit of extra RAM. And then you'll see the last command is tsmon /t1 ampersand. That tells it on port T1, which is the 6551 he just loaded the driver for. Run the time sharing monitor so people can log into it. And then the Dragon's back at the OS9 prompt, and you can now run programs on both, on totally different screens. And here he shows linked up to the, I think it's a VT320 terminal or something. You'll zoom in here a bit. So here he was asking for the username, and he actually set up a little password file. So he actually has a username and a password required. So he logs in. It says process 3 logged in. Welcome to Dragon Computer OS9. And he did a prox. You can see Cisco is still running in the background. TS monitor, time sharing monitor still running in the background. These got 2 different shells. Now, unlike the level 2 proc, which actually tells you what devices you're on. Oh, we're getting echo from somebody. Not sure who that was. Oh, it's gone now. So anyway, he shows that he's running 2 different shells.
Now, it's interesting you mentioned 9600 baud, but wasn't the CoCo console like 4800 baud or so? It wasn't very fast.
You mean that slash term?
Yeah, it was like.
I mean, it doesn't really have a baud rate per se. It's.
Well, I understand, but it was like a 9600 baud terminal probably outran the CoCo. If you listed files side by side, it would be pretty close.
The VDG driver is actually pretty fast, because it.
Oh, maybe VDG. I was thinking more of the
yeah, because we're talking level 1 here. There's no graphical windowing system.
Never
but yeah,
mind.
you're right. Like the original level 2 is quite slow. That's why we optimize the bejesus out of it. adding like 32-byte buffers and stuff like that. But
yeah, I see this screen and I'm expecting it to be really slow on the Coco and faster on the terminal, but that was probably Coco 3 specific. Never mind.
And then he switched over to this other terminal just to show what it looks like in a different terminal. So here he logged in with this particular one, which I think is a televideo something or other. So back up here, just so you can see what the speed looks like here. So he's going to do a list of modules.
It's like a bin directory of Unix operating system. Like
So not too bad on speed-wise.
Some commands like
now he doesn't run both things, running things simultaneously. So the Dragon OS 9 prompt is just sitting at the OS 9 prompt waiting for keyboard input. It'd be more interesting, I think, probably to see a show like, if I'm running two things at once, how smooth and quick is the multitasking, because that's what we did at work, of course. And here you switch it over to the Basic 9 disk that he mounted. And he loads Basic 9. Now he's not familiar with this. He's just learning. So you'll see some cuts where he says 5 minutes later. And then, he's busy checking manuals and looking how do I edit a program? How do I run a program? All that kind of stuff. But eventually gets it going. And learning how to use the Basic 9 built-in editor, that does take a bit of getting used to if you're not used to like dumb terminal equivalents, where you didn't even have like cursor XY commands and stuff like that. So you don't get an actual screen editor. Once you get kind of used to it, it's not too bad, but yeah, most people would prefer having an actual editor like VI or whatever. So he goes through and kind of figures out Basic 9 as he's going, and then he actually gets it to run a little program, just basically printing numbers on the screen.
Can quit editing. I return to the basic program. This is editor prompt, and the next is a basic prompt, and we need the run.
I'm trying to figure out how to run a program.
This is a program.
One thing I don't think he realized when he recorded the video here is actually by default on the terminal, the pause feature is turned on, the page pause, which means every 24 lines, if that's what the height of the terminal is defined, it'll pause and you have to hit a key to see the rest. And that's basically so stuff doesn't just zip by and you miss it, or you have to try to hit it with Control W to pause it manually. So he, I think, got a little bit confused by that because he's printing numbers from 0 to 24 on a 24 column or 24 row terminal. So basically we do almost all the lines and then pause. But this is the type of stuff, like literally this is what Bill and I did at work all the time. And we had terminals that were smart enough to have stuff like inverse on off and cursor XY and stuff, delete line, insert line. So you'd run like a screen editor like Scred that was terminal friendly, like a term cap or term set style. And then you could actually run it on multiple terminals of completely different types with different escape code sequences, as long as you set up the little batch file. And we said, T2 is an ADM22, T3 is an ADM3A, T4 is a VT102 terminal and all that. And you just would set it all up properly and it would just actually run automatically. In fact, you could run screens bigger than the Coco can do. You could run like a 132 by 60 screen or something if you wanted to. Probably be a bit slower doing that. But anyways, if you want to see a kind of a hint of what Bill and I used to do at work, I know obviously we had level 2 and a Coco 3 and hard drives and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But this kind of gives you a bit of a flavor of exactly what we were doing with terminals.
Danistar would have absolutely rocked on this terminal.
Yep. Next up for the Dragon 32, we've got Matt K. Now, he's made these Dragon 32 replacement labels before, but this time he made a new batch, but he made them slightly different this time, which he mentions in this post. He thinks they're the best so far. I obviously wait for some reviews for people to see if that is true or not. These are a bit thicker than his previous ones, but they also added an anti-scratch coating, and he'll be selling these in singles. And he said they, a dream to apply and look stunning on the Dragon. The anti-scratch is nice because I have seen some stuff that gets pretty scratched up and it looks like you probably should replace it if you want the machine to look pristine. Hopefully these will last quite a bit longer with the anti-scratch. So that's it for the regular news. Now I'll go on to upcoming shows, which actually has a new entry this week. As soon as I figure out what the hell screen I'm looking at here. There we go. I think. Yeah. Okay, so upcoming shows. The first one coming up, and this is just a couple of weeks away. And I think Mark, hopefully we'll be able to give us some reports or at least some photos from it, because I'm sure he's still planning on attending, right?
I'm hoping to. I'm planning on being there. It's 2 weeks from today. So.
Yep. So basically, it's the Interim Computer Festival, hopefully soon to be a VCF again, at Interest Space in Seattle, Washington, March 21st to the 23rd. This is hopefully going to be VCF Pacific Northwest again soon.
Someday, hopefully. People would like it.
Yep. And I think you even still have your write-up down here somewhere. So if you go to their website, you can actually see Mark talking about himself.
Yep. Same blurb I used last time. By the way, they have one in about 6 months in the fall, too. I missed it this last year, but I might see if
they're doing 2 a year?
2 a year, yeah. About 6 months apart.
Okay. But if you get the dates for that, let me know and I'll add that into the list, too. Because I don't have that in there.
I think it's on their main page. If you go back to the previous page, so I think. Anyway,
okay, I'll check that out after the show. That I already killed that page. So, okay. Next up after that is VCF East, April 4th to the 6th. That's just a month away itself. At the Info Age Science Museum in Wall, New Jersey. This, of course, is the one that has a whole bunch of computer classes on the CoCo for basic programming, assembly programming that Henry is directly involved with. And if he's not too busy programming FujiNet stuff or, doing PIO pins and stuff and whatever else he's talking about before.
Just a moment, because we don't have anything really new from last week in that regard. Let me see if I can find where that thing, there it is. I found it. So when last we left our heroes,
are you going to share a screen? Like, should I stop sharing?
No, just describe it. It looks like we've got Friday's going to be what they call VCF University. We've got Intro to CoCo, to FujiNet and FujiNet, some advanced CoCo Basic. We've got open games and lab time. I'm going to be doing a beginner assembler class, and an intro to FujiNet class, and there's going to be some other things going on. Now, those more or less repeat throughout the weekend. We pretty much settled that we're going to be using emulation, but I'm not going to be averse to folks who want to provide real hardware for it. The question is, are we going to be able to actually make use of it? We'll be having some CoCo machines, like some actual hardware set up there for people to experience. So yeah, it ought to be a good time.
And now, have you guys figured out who all the teachers are going to be? You're not doing all this yourself, are you?
No, I'm not all doing all this myself. We've got Dean, who was doing some of the teaching last year. He's going to be doing some of the teaching there. We've got AJ Griglack's going to be doing some of the teaching. I'm going to be doing some of the teaching, and it's mostly for the CoCo stuff. It's going to be the three of us, but that's fine. We've got some open games time and some open lab time.
Cool. Hopefully, Super will make it out there too, and we'll get some reporting, because you sound like you're going to be pretty darn busy to be, logging into us and sharing.
Saturday, let me look at what my schedule looks like. I will be in class from 1 till 3, and about 3 o'clock I should be able to. Somewhere around 3, I should be able to do a walkthrough. So I should be able to do a live walkthrough with you guys at some point during the show, assuming that it's a normal 4-hour-long show.
Well, we can make it up to 5 if you need the time,
Oh, don't hold up on account of me.
Next after that, the next meeting for the Manitoba Retro Computer and Gaming Club, which is held 4 times a year roughly, and it's a much smaller, more intimate setting thing. It's a 4-hour gathering, basically. This theme on the current one for April 12th will be on the Commodore 128. Last time in January when I was there was generally about Tandy in as a whole, like their robot arms and computers and all kinds of stuff. And that's at the same place it was last time, the Fort Rouge Leader Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And a lot of fun. There's a few CoCo people in the area, including D. Bruce Moore and David Craker. So if you're in the area there and you want to head out there, it's a fun time. I have to say, I had a lot of fun at it. Met some pretty cool people, and including a guy that's an expert in oscilloscopes and has been for like 50 years. So that was cool. I didn't understand a word he said, but anyway. Next up, of course, the big kahuna, the 33rd annual Not Last Chicago Cocoa Fest, being held in the same place it was last year as well. That's a Holiday Inn and Suites at the Carroll Stream, Wheaton, Illinois, in the Chicago area. Hotel rooms at the special fest rate are available now for $122 a night for 2 queens or 1 king-size bed. And that can apply for any time between May 2nd and 5th. So if you want to extend by a day or two to check out some stuff in the Chicago area as part of a mini holiday, you can actually get the room discount on those days as well. You'll need to use the group rate code of G30 to get this rate, and getting this special rate ends on April the 7th. It's about a month. Bookings for tables have been up and for a while, and they're actually getting pretty full. Last I saw, they only had 2 left in the main hall, and it's always a good time. Next after that is a new one that just got announced this past week, and it's called Retrofest 2025. This is being organized by Tony Jewell and is a retro computer festival happening in Swindon, England, May 31st to June the 1st. Some Dragon people have already committed to coming, including Richard Harding, who's kind of the Dragon genealogist, I guess, or basically the history guy that, has all kinds of, scanned documents and the history of Dragon data and everything else. Chris Poacher's also planning on being there. It's being held at Steam, which is at the Great Western Railway Museum. So if you're into rail car history and stuff too, you get to kind of double bill there. You get to do the whole retro computer thing and the Great Western Railway. And that's now 83 days away. And they actually have a little promo video, which I'll play here because I think it's only about 3.5 minutes. And you can recognize the type of screen we're seeing right off the start. That's a good sign. Yep. Nuclear green. So let me just turn that up a bit and I'll let them explain the show themselves.
Hello and welcome to Short Circuit. I'm Pete.
And I'm Tony. And I apologise now for any editing glitches, any weird camera angles. This is our first time doing it. This is our first video, so be patient.
So, who are we? And what is, or who is, or where is Short Circuit?
So, this is
still
Short
get the
Circuit.
weird angles after
This
400
is
episodes.
a mini museum. It's a gallery, but most importantly, it's where we plan our events.
We're also by the sea, on the south coast of England. In fact, we're one of the closest points in England to France, which you can possibly see over there, but probably can't today. This shingle, I tell you.
You can also see we are a slightly messy repair centre.
Complete with Mega Bench.
Mega Bench.
So, that's who we are, and we're now very excited to announce our newest event, Retrofest 2025, which will be held at the amazing Steam Museum in Swindon.
Don't laugh, guys. You'd all go see this
who are
place.
our supporters?
Our supporters are Pixel Addict magazine, which I know you all subscribe to.
Alright, I'm gonna go buy my
Swindon's
tickets now.
Museum of Computing, which is the very first computer museum.
They had me
and
sold
of course,
a VDG
the wonderful
ski on their front
GWR Railway
label.
Museum, Steam in Swindon.
Which is absolutely a fantastic
It is.
place.
You must go. Take the children. It's wonderful. It's full of trains. What more can we ask for?
And computers, which will be on the 31st of May.
Train
and
museum sounds like
the
a blast
1st
too.
of June.
And the 1st of June.
Which is basically...
Yeah, it sounds like a really good all-around
It
show,
is.
actually.
You might be asking, what is Retrofest? And what will be there, or who will be there? Tony, what is Retrofest? Who will be there?
Aha, is a celebration of retro computing. Who will be there? Let's have a think. Adrian Graham, better known as Binary Dinosaurs, will be there. Neil Thomas of RMC The Cave will be there. The Museum of Computing in Swindon will definitely be there. And there's a long, long list of people who will be there.
And we'll be updating this on the website, and we'll be sending out videos updating the exhibitors, the YouTubers who are going to be there, and also some traders as well. So,
Oh yeah, plenty of things to buy.
Bet you can't wait.
So in the description, you'll find a link to our wonderful new website. You will find information on tickets, exhibitors, how to get there, everything you need to know.
We're really looking forward to this event. Me and Tony have both been working together for a number of years now, bringing events for other people. And this will be our first one under the Short Circuit name. So Plenty
Short
to look,
circuit.
plenty to look forward to. Hope to see you all there. We'll be updating this videos, like I said. We'll be throwing in some more names of people that are coming, and also getting some words from those that are coming as well on video.
You can see this is our first video.
It is our first.
But we're
ever.
getting better.
Things will improve.
Oh yes.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Potentially.
There's a chance.
Who knows?
Maybe not.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
I like the traditional British humor in that.
Yeah, I gotta check that channel out.
Anyway, yeah, it's not one I've heard of before. Obviously, Tony Jewell is active in the Dragon community as well as the general retro community. I think he was on our Dragon special, wasn't he? I know I asked him at one point. I can't remember if he was actually on, but I think he was.
They had a Model 1 in the shot, so they have taste.
Anyway, that looks like a lot of fun. That's a show I'd like to attend sometime in the future too, when circumstances allow it. So hopefully it becomes a regular thing. Next up after that is VCF Southwest. This is in the backyard of Tandy itself. It's June 20th to 22nd at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas at Dallas. People like Mark Siegel will be attending there. Locals like Brendan Donahue and others will be there as well. So it'll be a good CoCo contingent. Plus, you get to talk to some of the original Tandy engineers that tend to wander around the floor, etc., and kind of get some of the inside baseball history of Tandy itself and the CoCo in particular.
So this is Henry S. I'm going to try to go to that.
Oh, cool.
And Boise is planning on going.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, because he's actually given talks at this one before, I know. Next after that is the International Retro Computer Expo 2025, formerly Boat Fest. And of course, this is in West Virginia at Hurricane, with the hosts being Brent, John Boat of Car Schaller, and Aaron, Amigo Aaron. And of course, these are the guys that do the CoCo show, and they're absolutely great hosts. They're hilarious. And their show is very, non-professional. It's just nice and fun. It's almost like an advanced user meeting, but with friendlier people than some of the user meetings I attended back in the day. And Henry's been there, and Ken's been there, and I've been there, and it's a lot of fun. It's definitely more gaming oriented, and that covers like arcade games, home consoles, home computers, electronic handhelds, all kinds of stuff.
It also kind of has the feel not only of being a gaming place, but also has a very big feel of being a family reunion.
Yes. And where else are you going to get live tasting of pickle flavored vodka? That's which is disgusting, by the way, in case you haven't tried it. I would not recommend.
Well, at least not the first 4 or 5 shots, but after that.
Anyway, it's about a month later than it has been in previous years, mainly because it was kind of coming back to back with like VCF Southwest and Father's Day and a bunch of other things. So they've moved it kind of out of the way, so it's not hitting some of the dates of other shows that have been established longer, or just other holidays, etc. Next after that is the largest retro computer show that I'm aware of on planet Earth, and that's VCF Midwest. And September 13th to 14th, the Schaumburg Convention Center at Schaumburg, Illinois, which is not too far from where Rainbow Fest was, which was also in Schaumburg. This year is the 20th anniversary of the show, so expected to be even bigger than last year. And last year was several thousand people. So there's a lot of collaboration between CoCo Fest and VCF Midwest. Jason, one of the head guys there, is actually our auctioneer since Tony retired. So if you've been to a CoCo Fest, you've met one of the main organizers of this show. And so expect a large number of CoCo and Glenside people at the show. There was actually an entire CoCo wing last year. Hopefully they do the same thing this year, where Rick Eland and Ken and a whole bunch of others were at. Henry, you were at that one too? I can't remember.
VCF Midwest? Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah. So a lot of good representation from the CoCo side of things.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, it's almost too big to take in. They're almost going to make it a week-long show at this point. Yep. Go away. Next up after that, and this is one that Henry also clued us into, is the Retro World Expo, which is the Northeast Premier Gaming Expo, September 12th to the 14th at the Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut. And this obviously is a gaming-oriented one, but this covers kind of similar to Boatfest, but on a much larger scale. It covers home consoles, home computers, arcade games, and wrestling, because why not? And I'm not sure if if the actual wrestlers are going to be taking place, you're playing WWE on a console or something, but that would be interesting to see, I think. Next after that is Tandy Assembly. This covers all the Tandy computers, so it's not just the Coco and not just the Tier Cities, but it includes the Tandy 1000 to 4000 line, etc. Pocket computers, all kinds of stuff. Model 100s, 102s, 200s. This is September 26th to the 28th at the Courtyard by Merritt Springfield, downtown in Springfield, Ohio. They're getting close to outgrowing this facility, so I'm guessing within the next year or two, it'll probably move to a larger one. Not sure if it'll still be in Springfield, because I've never been to Springfield, so I don't really know what all is there. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I've driven through it once. That's coming up. If you're into the wider range of Tandy, including the Coco, which is, of course, a big part of it, but there's a ton of other machines out here, too. And you get some of the luminaries from the Tier City Trash Talker podcast come out here. Next up after that is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, October 17th to 19th. And this is at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. And obviously another gaming one, but, basically retro gaming. Once again, consoles, arcade, home computers, electronic handhelds, etc. This is one that Tim and AJ have actually been as an exhibitor, and I think they are planning on actually attending it this year just as actual attendees. But they had a lot of fun at the last one. They were actually inviting people to come off the floor and, go head-to-head with them on certain games, especially some Coco games, which was just awesome. And then next, but this we just added last week, is the first VCF officially sanctioned in Canada, which is VCF Montreal. This is January 25th to the 26th. Now, Franklin Harris actually just let me know he's actually on the organizing committee for this one, so he has actually got some things that he knows about it that I wouldn't be able to pick up from the website, including it's at the Royal Military College. I think Frederick was mentioning it. It was at some military college. But that's the official name for it. So I don't know too much more about it. Unfortunately, Frank, I did ask if he could pop into the show quickly. He can't currently, but hopefully we'll get him on the next few weeks here to kind of give us some more background details and how it's going. And also whether they're actually still trying to get one in Toronto area as well, because I know that he was talking about that earlier too. So I'd love to see a couple of Canadian VCFs. And that's it for now. Lots of stuff to go see if you want to be, we've got now retro computer shows in Canada, the States, Brazil. I haven't got the dates for their next one yet. There's a VCF in Germany. There's a bunch of shows in the UK. So there's just a ton of retro stuff going on, no matter where you live. There's even some in Australia. I haven't got dates for those yet either, but there's at least 2 or 3 I know of there.
Okay. Well, we've hit our on the plus side of 4 hours, so.
Yeah, the sun's starting to, it's bright.
Yeah. Well, just remember, we got that silliness of daylight savings time taking effect tomorrow. So
yeah, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. tomorrow, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yep, 2 a.m.
Okay, so tomorrow it will be 6 here. Yeah.
So,
nice.
I got it. I want one quick update. Frank just mentioned the chat here. He said, we settled on Montreal for the VCF Canada. He said, Toronto's too expensive to hold anything. They were talking about selling that Soviet big jet there on the airport, Frank. Maybe you could buy that for dirt cheap and just hold it in there.
Oh, there.
Well, they have another little jet that's for spare parts and scrap. It's kind of upside down, but
Yeah,
that's a much smaller one, though. I've seen the one Frank's talked about. It's huge.
Oh, all right. Let's run the outro. Where's my button? There it is.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
Okay.
Well, while y'all were talking, I wrote Life for my new OS, and it runs.
Oh, wow.
Kitty. Meanwhile, I get to go back to my debug screen, so life isn't fair.
So is that
Real life
launched
runs.
and then running locally, Henry, or is that actually streaming the actual?
That's running locally. In fact, it's hit a still life. So I'm gonna
you
hit
don't have a
break
seed. Yeah.
and stop it and load it again. And there it goes, starting with a new pattern. And this down here just shows me that interrupts are still happening. That's for debugging.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't matter. And it's using the current number of ticks and seconds in the real-time clock of this real-time OS to seed the pattern.
Oh, okay. It's always different. Yeah.
What resolution is that running at? Is that semi-graphics 4?
This is semi-graphics in the normal text mode, so 64 by 32, and it's getting a frame computed. It looks like it takes slightly more than a second to do a frame.
That's with 512 possible positions. So
64
Oh, no,
by
sorry,
32
2048,
is
sorry, 2048.
2K.
Yeah.
2K spots.
Yeah,
2K
I was thinking the character string blocks a 2x2 as a position, but actually you're doing it by pixel, not by block.
Yeah, there's four pixels in each of the 512, so it comes out to 2048.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, I'm pleased. And that's compiled. Everything here is compiled with GCC for the 6809 with strong optimizations turned on.
How big is the binary for that implementation of Life, I wonder?
Well, good question. And let me redo a make. And it says that the text portion is a 01FA, so about 500 bytes for the main part of the text, and the startup is DF, so another 250 bytes for startup code. Yeah, so it's under 800 bytes of binary.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, GCC with the strong options does a good job. This is dash big O little s, which means optimize for size. It's dash F omit frame pointer, so it doesn't waste the U register just pointing to the stack frames. And it's dash F whole program. So anything not reachable from main is thrown away. And any arguments that are not used are thrown away. And any argument that always has the same thing passed to it, well, it just plugs in the constant instead and things like that.
All those important optimizations for little 8-bit computers.
Yeah. It adds up and works. So I've even checked this into the GitHub under life/life.c. So I'll have more to guide you how to do things like this soon.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. That's one thing. We're a little bit behind some of the other 8-bit machines having a full live interaction, between players across the planet through the internet. So
yeah, I've also when you mentioned the UG Basic compiler, I downloaded it source code, built it under Linux, compiled a tiny program, and I'm kind of looking at it to see if that would be another way to write games for this OS. I don't have a good feeling for where it's overhead and how much of it has overhead yet.
yeah, because he's definitely shooting for that being a network-friendly multiplayer experience too. So yeah,
Right, and if you can assume the UI there, that's that would make a big jump, right?
Yeah, the IDE, it looks like that's going to be a nice thing for people.
It's only on Windows though so far, unless he's cross-ported it.
Well, that's going to suck for people.
Yes.
But yeah, he's done an amazing job. It's a very professional experience to download and
well, he's dedicated to it. I mean, constant updates and multiple platforms. I mean,
yeah,
he's a machine. He's like the Jim Gary of general retro basic compilers.
It's thorough.
Okay, is that it for this week?
Yeah, that's the real end. The fake end was before.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
My face is on fire, so I'll hide behind this debug screen.
Like some Beatles songs that false ending that would think you, I'm done the record, and all of a sudden it fades back in again.
Yeah, right.
So, okay, well, see you guys next week.
Yep.
Bye.
Next week. Bye.
Bye.